order. Good evening. Thank you for doing the roll call. As you can see, it's a little tight in terms of quorum, so nobody's allowed to leave at the break. Before we begin tonight, I just want to remind everyone that tomorrow's Veterans Day Parade begins at 10:15. The parade will begin at the Town Common and proceed along the route depicted on the map, proceed to the World War I Memorial, and then on to the O'Connell Veterans Memorial on the east side of Town Hall. I invite you all to join in paying tribute to our veterans. I'd also like to update everyone on our progress. We've completed 25 of the 37 articles, which puts us on the 33-yard line. I've been accused of being overly optimistic, but there is a Patriots game on Thursday night that I'm sure a lot of people here want to watch from their couches and not from the gymnasium. Tonight we will be discussing more capital projects, finishing up our warrant. As you know, when we get to Article 35, the proponents have indicated they wish to indefinitely postpone. I was also informed today that from the town manager's office wishes to postpone Article 36 indefinitely as well. So we begin tonight on Article 21, which relates to solar power generation within the town of Winchester. On behalf of the Select Board, Paris Bagnani. And Tom Hopcroft from the school committee.
It's fine. I think it's should we just go. I think it's fine.
Yeah, they are. Okay. Probably. I think it's See that? The 2 arrows. The 2 arrows.
Yeah. Just do this. Thanks, everyone. Paris Bayani on behalf of the Select Board, joined by Tom Hopcroft on behalf of the School Committee. We are here to give an update on a build-out of solar energy and solar arrays across town property. Okay. All right. So first and foremost, why does solar make sense for municipal governments? As part of State of the Town Workstream 3, we, as I described on the first night, have been looking at a variety of different ways that we can generate revenue that does not come from our property tax. Solar equipment installation costs, since we started the build-out many years ago, are down by more than half. Through net metering, we reduce and hedge our sort of future costs, and the state is able to provide us incentives. And so what we're going to talk about this evening are a couple of different models and a couple of different sites that we're looking at for solar. The two broad ways that we're taking a look at solar are through either an owned system, which is what's called, which is where we would actually take on debt, acquire the panels, and put solar arrays on our roofs, or through what's called a power purchase agreement, where we would rent the equipment from the actual manufacturer. And so this is an initiative that we kicked off right around July with the expiration of some of the federal tax credits, some of which expire at the end of this year and then over the next several years. And we've had a pretty interdisciplinary working group taking a look at this. Select Board, Michelle and myself, with staff from the Town Manager's Office, DPW. We've had a lot of assistance from the School Committee. A lot of the sites that we're going to go through tonight are on School Committee, either roofs or School Committee land, as well as energy management. And then our Sustainability Manager, Ken Pruitt, who, as all of you know, is a member of this body, has been really the central quarterback in driving us forward on this. As all of you know, we actually have a fair bit of experience with solar here in Winchester on town-owned assets. We have 4 arrays today. We have the array at Vincent Owen. We have one at DPW on the shop sites on Lake Street, as well as one at Winchester High School. And then the largest one that we've built by far is the one that is going live as we speak at Lynch, which is a combination of roof and canopy. And where we are today is that these projects, net of the capital expense and the construction costs and anything we're paying back developers, are driving about $50,000 of net revenue to the town. And our objective with the sites that we're going to go through today is to get to a place where we can drive that well into the six figures as an immediate term savings, as well as hedge us against future energy costs, which, as all of you know, only seem to go in one direction. So I'm going to turn it to Tom Hopcroft, who's going to go through some of our experience at Lynch and some of our other school and facility, school and other facility locations, and then we'll just wrap up at the end.
All right, good evening, town meeting. My name is Tom Hopcroft, and as a Lynchy dad, I'd say that the Lynch School is by far one of the greatest examples that we have of the fiscal benefits of solar in our town. Derek had noted on the first night of town meeting during the FinCom report that energy is one of the major expense items that we have in the town, and the fact that Lynch is an entirely net zero building, it generates the power over the course of the year that it will use, netting out to zero. It means that we also zeroed out that energy bill going forward. So, in fact, solar is one of the items, maybe the only item I can think, the only capital item I can think of that comes before town meeting that actually pays us back. A savings of close to $750,000 over the 25-year life just on the Lynch building. And that's after the purchase of the technology, the operation, and the maintenance of it. This is actually savings to our bottom line. So let me just start with where we've been and the path that we've chosen. So as Paras mentioned, we hit the ground running in July when we learned about the expiration of the tax credits, and we convened a sort of a rapid response team to begin evaluating sites and ownership models and whatnot. And we then brought in a solar consultant to help us weigh sort of the benefits of going really quickly and the risks. And we decided that it made more sense to really slow down, gather data, plan, and make sure that we get it right. So our next step is to engage a solar firm who will assess all potential sites in town. So we're going to show you a few that we as a working group had looked at, but there may be others that we haven't thought of. And obviously the pricing, if you have a solar-ready roof, it's a lot less expensive than, say, if you need to do structural work or if you have to actually build the entire canopies and things. And so they will be able to help us figure out the ROI across the entire portfolio of options in the town. Our goal would be then to come back to Springtown meeting with a comprehensive data-informed plan for fiscally smart investments that go straight to our bottom line. So I'm going to show you just a couple of the places that we've been looking. First, right here at Winchester High School, you can see at the bottom with the blue arrows on the A, B, and C wings that we have existing solar up there already. The group had identified the gym roof and perhaps a parking canopy along the railroad tracks as potential additional spaces that could work. Similarly, over at VO and McCall, in both cases, you can see that, first of all, the VO solar right there on the roof in blue on the bottom, but in both cases, behind the building, so up on the up off of Ridge Road behind VO and between the track and the Unitarian Society, are some parking lots that could benefit from solar as well. That's it for my part with the schools. I'll hand it back to Paras to talk about some town locations and close it out. Thank you.
Thanks, Tom. And so a couple more locations beyond the school facilities that Tom just mentioned. DPW site at 15 Lake Street. We have existing solar, as I described earlier, on the larger shop roof. There's two smaller shop roofs that we can take a look at, and then a canopy at the transfer station, which could provide actually one of the largest sites, along with the gym roof of this building, for us to explore. Again, all of which we've been working on with our consultant, and we'll come back to Springtown meeting with. Of course, in addition to the economic benefits, and our goal is to drive our total annual savings net of all expenses into the six figures, there are additional benefits. This is a body, as well as the Select Board and the School Committee, that have committed ourselves to climate leadership. The environmental impact of really reducing the energy profile of our buildings is enormous, as well as the health benefits, and then some educational benefits as well. So as part of Climate Leader, which I think all of you remember, Rick announced on night one, we adopted a municipal decarbonization plan, unanimous votes on both the school committee and the select board to do that, and this would be part and parcel of supporting that municipal decarbonization plan. So where do we go from here? Tonight, we would ask to IP this warrant article. Over the next 6 months, that working group that we discussed will work with town management to issue an RFP or an RFQ to gather more data. We would seek to bring a full plan to spring town meeting, and then from that point, we would bring specific project proposals, ideally a number of them sort of packaged together so we can drive economies of scale to a future town meeting. So at this point, it's really more of an FYI. Your role is to be aware of the work that's underway, and feel free to engage with anybody in the working group or town staff on any of these projects.
Thank you. So we have a motion for indefinite postponement on this article. Can I get a second? Second. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? The motion carries unanimously. Articles 22 through 25 are part of the consent agenda. And Article 26 was completed on Thursday evening, so we now flip to Article 27, page 49 in our warrant books with the blue cover. On behalf of the Personnel Board, Peter Chimetz.
Sorry. Thank you. So how does this work? What am I hitting?
Same as, if you want to go forward, just hit the right button and that will go backwards.
Okay. Oh, when I get out. Okay. Oof. Hello, everybody. Don't go home after this. Yeah, I'm going through my night backwards today. Okay, so we have a few motions. 6 of them are 3 contracts. So each contract has 2 motions. One is to accept the change to the pay scales that result as the matter of changing the contract. Excuse me. And the second one is to pay retrospectively or retroactively the amount in this fiscal year that is represented by the contracts. So noting the change in demographics, so the new people in here since the last time we went through this, so I'll go through a little bit of what it means to do the contracts. So we have 6 contracts that each last 3 years, and fortunately they all start and end on the same year. We are a year after the last set ended. So we are now in overtime, but it's early overtime, and we're now settling the first 3. So the 3 we're settling tonight are 2 with the DPW. First of it is the DPW workers. The second is the custodians, and I'll deal with that in a second. And the third is the clerks. What's left is the 2 police unions, the upper officers and the patrolmen, and finally the firefighters. The order, we shouldn't draw any conclusions by the order, and usually, like all the time I've been doing this, I don't remember a single contract being settled before they expired. So this is standard procedure. The way Winchester deals with retroactive payment is that at some point we put in a lockbox, and I forget exactly what point we do that, we put a certain amount of money aside for what we believe the settlement is going to be, so that when we do have a settlement, it's not a shock. And that is the unallocated wages budget, and sometimes that can go on years. We've had times, I think 2 cycles ago, in which one group didn't settle until not the first set of 3 years, but into the second set of 3 years, and there was a tremendous number of motions to backfill all that money, but we had it already set aside. So so the second motion for each of these will be doing that, mostly taking money out of unallocated wages and putting them into the personnel budgets. And then the last one, which is wire the custodians in the DPW and not in the school department. I'm actually not old enough to know, but they are, and so be it. Somebody else may know, but not many of them are older than me, so, they may not know either. Okay, so the 8 motions, I will try to leave this up when we vote, so we will go back to this, but I will go through them one by one. Okay, so motion 1 is the DPW union. Okay, I cannot see that. Okay, is the DPW union. So this is the DPW workers and not the custodians. They were given 3 separate COLAs, the first being for this year at 2.25, then a 2.5, and 2.75. All DPW workers are required to drive something that pushes snow. And the amount that they are paid for that increased by $125 per employee per year, and so that brought to $500 as an incentive for giving up your late Sunday night so we can all get to work on Monday morning. There's an increase in longevity pay. Longevity pay is a thing that you get for being here for a long time, and it's generally set up in groups of 5 years. And in this particular case, effective as of now, the line that has no color on it and the slightly pinkish color, peach color, is what we've negotiated. So all of these things change their pay scale, and that is what our second motion will be. Oh no, that's what our first motion will be. Will give you a general. Now I can't see it. This will give you a general idea of what the cost is. So this is the calculations made by the DPW department on the overall cost. You can see that it is more expensive than the cost of living, and that takes into account, in this particular instance, well, in all the instances, that takes into account both all of those cost changes, all of those cost changes, the $500, I mean, the $225, the COLAs, and the longevity fee. So you see a 2.63% growth year over year in the first, a 2.84 year over year in the second fiscal year, a 3 1/8 for the last. And in the last year, the difference between having no contract and having a contract, you see, is 8.8%. Okay, contract, that is how we're going to change. Sorry, that's the overall cost of the contract. And continuing with, so motion 2 is exactly how we're going to pay for it retroactively in year 1. So we are taking $43,000 and change out of the unallocated wages and $22,000 and change out of the water and sewer retained earnings, which is part of the DPW, and and that money is being put into the DPW personnel account, the 4,100. Okay, motion 3 is now the custodians union. Again, it's this is within the Department of Public Works. They're getting 2.25 this year in COLA retroactively, so half of it retroactively, 2.5 for FY27, 2.75 for 28. Now they are now being treated a little bit more like DPW workers, or everybody's just facing up to the fact that they actually do have to clear snow to let the kids in. So they are now getting an incentive. This is new, of $250 per employee. They have a single increase in longevity pay. Their longevity pay has been static since 22. It's going to change, and it will remain the same for the life of the contract. So again, white, nothing, pink, peach, whatever, is new. Here's the cost of the contracts here. Again, this is the exact same format, so you're seeing about 3.4% in year over year for the first, of 3.76 or 3.75 for 27, and 4.11% for 28. And then again, for the first one, it's pretty much the same as DPW, it's the same, 3.4, 7.3 for 27, and 11.7 for FY28. And I am not sure why that number is so big. Maybe I need to go back and check it. But in any event, that's what I had. And then we have to pay for it this year. Again, this comes completely out of unallocated wages, and it goes into the same personnel budget in DPW as the DPW workers. The final contract that we are that we have closed on is the clerical workers. These people are scattered throughout town government. And they are getting a 1% COLA in fiscal year 26. Don't worry, we'll talk about that. In FY 27, 2.5, and FY 28, 2.5. Now, why are they 1% and not the 2.25 that everybody else has been so far? They traded, or we traded, somebody traded, about 1.25% for an added step to their scale. So they had a 12-step scale. They still have a 12-step scale, but now the new, what used to be, or what is at this moment, step 2 will become step 1, and step 12 will become step 11. The new step 12 will be 3% higher than what is now step 12. And since most of the clerks are at the top of their range, within a year they will get that 3%. So they're taken care of in this year. They get an increase in longevity pay. They are now, again, clear, white, whatever, and through the life of the contract, it'll be peach. E. All right. Sorry about that. Again, the same structure. So 2.55% they get in the first year, 4.28, 4.23 in the second, and 3.6 in the third. And then the bottom is the compounded values. All right. Again, we have to pay for it. This one, they go all over the place, and you have it in your motion book where they go, but they come from 3 places. We're taking $30,000, about $700 out of unallocated wages, and then $4,000 or $4,089 out of water and sewer retained earnings, and $39.35 out of recreation retained earnings. Both the water and sewer and the recreation are closed. What do we call that? What do we call enterprise? Yeah. They're corporate enterprises that can retain earnings, and
Chris, do you need a couple more minutes?
Yeah, why don't you give me 3 for
3 more minutes.
Come in under.
Okay.
Yeah, see how that works? Both of them are enterprises within the town government, and we're using their retained earnings to pay for their costs. Okay, so we're creating 2 positions. We are not filling 2 positions. We're just creating them within the books so that sometime during the coming year we will be able to fill these positions if need be. So the first one is an administrative position for the CPA. So we passed the CPA last year, the year before I forget, and there's going to be a fair amount of money running through there. You need somebody to administer it, and so we've created a position for a CPA administrator. And then finally, we're creating a position of deputy town manager. I believe that the position that we have in there that Mark filled for a long time is assistant town manager. I could be wrong, but now we're going to have a deputy. That deputy will be filled after we hire the new town manager, and it will be filled by the new town manager. But to accelerate that process and not get caught out in the middle of the year, or not have to either not have the person or call a special town meeting, we're creating this position. And that's it. That's all 8. And I'm done.
Thank you very much. Is there a recommendation from the Select Board? Ms. Brady?
The Select Board voted favorable action on all 8 motions.
Thank you. FinCom?
We supported the contracts, which are funded by motions 2, 4, and 6, as there's no incremental funded needed. We didn't comment on 7 or 8 due that they're more related to policy decisions, and so we took no action on those.
Thank you. Are there any town meeting members who would like to be heard? Mr. Jurius?
Good evening, town meeting. Thank you, Mr. Moderator, D of Juries, Precinct 8. Could someone fill me in on what the role of the deputy town manager is and how it differs from the assistant town manager, please?
Mrs. Brady?
Thank you. So the deputy town manager position was created to sort of differentiate a little bit from the assistant town manager in the event that our new town manager coming in would be looking to hire someone who had somewhat different background and qualifications for that. There is no plan necessarily to have both a deputy and an assistant town manager, but the idea is that both would be available on the pay scale should one or the other be hired. So most likely the deputy town manager has more experience, more varied procurement or sort of specialized areas that they're able to support.
Thank you. Further on the question, Mr. Wilton?
Through you to the proponent, in costing these out, you mentioned the cost of an additional column on one of the contracts, but aren't all columns in all the contracts, don't they have a cost, an annual increase in cost, and shouldn't they also be part of the cost of the contract?
Yes, and the equations that I gave, or sorry, the amounts that I gave include in all cases the increase in the how much those numbers go up.
You mean that so you populated the different columns in order to see how many people are moving up or whatever?
That was explicitly done with the clerks, because actually it's quite easy, because most of them, and the reason the clerks were done differently than what you're saying is that with the clerks, almost everybody was at the peak scale, so nobody had another step to go. And it became quite easy to see the effect of that, because since most of them were already there, you know, town government being what it is, most of them were there in the next step in the next year, so that was easy to see. The others, yes, are populated that way, and the which people are getting promotions and therefore increasing their salary is factored into the numbers.
Thank you.
Thank you. Does anybody else want to be heard on this? Okay, so I'm going to read each one of these individually, and we're going to vote on them individually by voice vote, unless we need to take out our clickers. Motion 1, it is moved and seconded that Schedule 7, TEA compensation schedule, W grades of the town's compensation plan be amended, revised, and modified in accordance with the recommendations of the Personnel Board as set forth in Appendix A DPW Workers Union wage adjustments for FY26, FY27, FY28, and pursuant to a memorandum of understanding reached between the Select Board and the Winchester DPW Workers Union, Local 888, dated August 25th, 2025. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? The motion carries unanimously. Motion 2, it is moved and seconded that the town transfer the sum of $65,150 to the FY26 DPW Personnel Services budget to fund increases in wages for employees of the Winchester DPW Workers Union. $43,100 shall be transferred from FY26 unallocated wage account. $22,050 shall be transferred from the Water and Sewer Retained Earnings account. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? The motion carries unanimously. Motion 3, moved and seconded that Schedule 11, School Custodians of the Town's Compensation Plan, be amended, revised, modified in accordance with the recommendations of the Personnel Board as set forth in Appendix B, Custodial Union wage adjustments for FY26, FY27, FY28, and pursuant to a memorandum of understanding reached between the Select Board and the Winchester Custodial Union, Local 888, dated September 12, 2025. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? The motion carries unanimously. Motion 4. It's moved and seconded that the town transfer the sum of $54,850 from the FY26 unallocated wage account to the FY26 DPW Personal Services budget to fund increases in wages for employees of the Winchester Custodial Union. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Motion 5. It is moved and seconded that Schedule 1 Clerical Compensation Schedule, S grades, of the town's compensation plan be amended, revised, and modified in accordance with the recommendations of the Personnel Board as set forth in Appendix C, Clerical Union Wage Adjustments for FY26, FY27, and FY28, and pursuant to a Memorandum of Understanding reached between the Select Board and the Winchester Custodial Union, Local 888, dated October 6, 2025. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? The motion carries unanimously. Motion 6. It is moved and seconded that the town transfer the sum of $38,720 to various FY26 municipal personnel services budgets as listed in the warrant to fund wage increases for employees of the Winchester Clerical Union effective July 1st, 2025. $30,696 shall be transferred from the FY26 unallocated wage account. $4,089 shall be transferred from the water and sewer returned earnings, and $3,935 shall be transferred from recreation retained earnings. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Motion 7. Moved and seconded that the town compensation schedule be amended effective December 15th, 2025 as recommended by the town manager and the personnel board as set forth in Appendix D. Proposed classification of positions on Schedule 3 Professional Technical Compensation Schedule FY26 effective date December 15, 2025. Add PT-13 Community Preservation Act Administrator. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? The motion carries. Motion 8. It is moved and seconded that the town's compensation schedule be amended effective December 15th, 2025 as recommended by the town manager and the personnel board as set forth in Appendix E. Proposed classification of positions on Schedule 4 Management Compensation Schedule FY26 effective December 15th, 2025. Add Management Grade J Deputy Town Manager. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? No. The motion carries. That brings us to Article 28. The report of the Winchester Community on the Committee on Community Preservation to appropriate and transfer from the Community Preservation Fund the sum of $1,036,000 to 9 projects. On behalf of the WCCP, its Chair, Christina Marshall.
All right, good evening, everybody. My name is Christina Marshall, and I am the chair of the Winchester Committee on Community Preservation, or the WCCP. This is the second time that we've been to town meeting. As you all know, Winchester adopted the Community Preservation Act at the November 2024 election. Information about the CPA and how it works in Winchester specifically is on the above slide. At the Springtown meeting, we set aside 10% of our annual revenue for each of the 3 categories required by the statute: open space and recreation, community housing, and historic preservation. We also set aside 1.5% for administrative tasks. The WCCP was formally constituted this spring, just a few months before town meeting. We heard a request at Springtown meeting to run a pilot program and try and get some of our money out into the community quickly. Usually it takes about a year to get up to speed with a plan and an operational model. But after Springtown meeting, we pivoted to creating a pilot program for this year. You can see the timing that we followed in the above slide. Obviously, this was a very tight time frame for applicants, but we were pleased to receive 15 applications by the initial deadline of July 7th. We were able to confirm that all but one of those projects was eligible for CPA funding and invited final applicants on August 1st. In my view, the most important part of the process was interviewing applicants throughout August and September. During those interviews, the WCCP was able to obtain more detail about the projects, narrow down pricing estimates, confirm a plan for ongoing maintenance for projects, and determine how confident applicants were in their ability to quickly and effectively implement their goals. Our job is to present town meeting with projects that, in addition to being eligible for CPA funding, are fully baked, well thought out, and will result in an appreciable benefit to the town. I feel really good about the projects that we're bringing before you tonight. On this slide, you'll see an overview of all of our projects for tonight. We had $1.6 million available to us for this year. We went into this process not quite wanting to spend all of those dollars. The extra money this year will roll over into next year when we expect to have a more robust outreach for projects and an operational model that we'll be able to tweak to implement any lessons learned from this year. On the next slides, I'll get into some details about the projects we're proposing funding this year. First up is a wedge pond submerged aeration system. This is proposed by the Conservation Commission. They asked for and received $59,000, which is the full cost for this project. The water quality at Wedge Pond, which has Borgard Beach on its western shore and additional public access on the east, is impaired. This results in frequent algal blooms, fish kills, and unsafe water. This impairs the pond's recreational potential and beauty and limits its use and enjoyment. The aeration system will minimize harmful algal blooms and support the health of the ecosystem, including fish. If approved, the Conservation Commission and Engineering Department plan to install the system in spring 2026. Next up is the Lincoln School Chiller. I will not spend a lot of time on this because I know you heard about this project from Capitol last Monday. I'll just note that this is one of the two projects that the WCCP directly collaborated with CPC on, and one of 5 projects the WCCP is proposing to fund that go to the capital backlog. This project should be complete in summer of 2026. Third up is Friends of Winrec proposed pickleball courts at Ginn Field to replace an existing basketball court between the parking lot and the softball field. After discussions with Friends of Winrec and Winrec about the project, we decided to propose $50,000 in funding for design and engineering. A sound study was recently conducted for this project but wasn't ready for us during our deliberations. We expect that the stakeholders will come back to us next year with a carefully designed final budget that takes into account whatever sound mitigation will be needed for this project. Next, the Winchester Historical Society has asked us for $112,000 for column repair at Sanborn House. This proposal is a bit different from our others. This is a match for a grant that the Society is going to apply for in March 2026 from the Massachusetts Historical Commission. If they get that grant, they'll have $224,000 for this project. You can see in the photos above, the columns outside Sanborn House are not in good condition. The Society has completed plans and specifications for restoring the columns, and this money is for doing the work itself. Because of the grant, this one's a little bit of a longer time frame. They expect to complete this work in July of 2027. Fifth, Winrec has requested $50,000 for fence and backstop repairs at playgrounds and fields throughout town. Again, I will not dwell on this project because you've already seen it through Capitol, which is collaborating with the WCCP in providing $61,000 towards the project. Winrec has also asked us for $90,000 for restoring and replacing the basketball court at Leonard Field. As you know, the town just installed a new playground at the park and restored the tennis courts, which are also pickleball courts. Replacing the basketball court is one of the remaining items on the list for full restoration of this area. This project is being fully supported by the WCCP and will come off the capital backlog. Our 7th project is our largest and the only one in the community housing bucket for this year. It is $350,000 to restore 160 Forest Street. Town meeting authorized the town to accept this property from Martha Chase Rice's will in fall 2024. The Affordable Housing Trust has developed plans to create an affordable housing unit at this site. The project will include replacing all major systems, new kitchen and bath, remediating lead paint, insulation, and other renovations. Based on the plans submitted to us, the trust hopes to have the house ready for occupancy next fall of 2026. Second to last project is Borgard Beach, which came to us in a collaboration between Friends of Wedge Pond and the Select Board. Beauregard Beach was a public beach that was closed in 2020 and hasn't been reopened since. The town hasn't been able to commit resources to reopen the area. As part of this project, the beach will be revitalized and reopened for the public with 2 volleyball courts, landscaping, additional sand, picnic tables and seating, fencing, refurbishing the playgrounds, removing broken equipment, installing a dock along the waterfront. The WCCP's share will go towards everything except for the volleyball courts, which are being separately funded. The money will also fund materials for improving and rehabilitating the bathhouse at the site. The work will be done with volunteer labor or through WinRec and the DPW. Finally, Winchester Youth Softball has applied for $225,000 towards a sod and irrigation project at the grass and field at Ginfield. This will improve the quality of Ginfield and extend its use throughout the seasons. The full project will cost over $400,000, with their remaining portions to be privately funded. The project should be able to be complete depending on weather in spring of 2026. So in sum, the WCCP asks for your support on this first slate of projects. If approved, the town will start seeing measurable benefits from this money in just a few months. With the indulgence of the moderator, I have also included this final slide. This is not part of our motion, but if town meeting members would be willing to weigh in, we would be interested in your input. You can see the slide is pretty self-explanatory, and this should have been in a handout that you received last Thursday as well. This year, the WCCP landed at about 33% of our money going towards projects that were taken off of the capital backlog. As part of our charge, we need to create a plan. The plan will include things like strategy with respect to capital funding versus using our money for things that are not available, that can't be used from capital funding. So if you click on this, use this QR code or click on this link, it will take you to a survey for town meeting members to weigh in approximately what share you think of the WCCP's money should be going towards capital needs. And that is everything. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we get the recommendation from the Select Board from Vice Chair Brady?
The Select Board recommended unanimous favorable action on this article.
Thank you. FinCom?
So I'd like to better clarify the Finance Committee's involvement in the CPA. When CPA was approved by the voters last year, it was created to dedicate an annual revenue stream from surcharge of property tax values. So as mentioned, a 9-person committee appointed by the Select Board meets and recommends projects to you all. We have 1 member on that committee. But then ultimately you all vote on the priorities. The Finance Committee is not tasked with critiquing those priorities, so we do not take any recommendations at this time, but we support the process.
Thank you. We'll open it up to questions from town meeting. Please state your name and precinct for the record.
Shannon Scott Fernelli, Precinct 4. So exciting to see the CPA at work after all these years. We're thrilled to have it have passed. I have a question about motion 4 for the Sanborn House columns. If the commission doesn't get the matching grant, what happens with the funds, and where, like, just sort of like what happens if they don't get that grant?
Ms. Marshall?
Thank you. That's a good question, and actually is kind of broadly applicable to all of the motions. So if they don't get the grant, the money comes back to us. Any money not used on any of the projects that we're funding comes back to us for funding in future rounds.
Thank you.
Thank you. Further on the question, Mr. Bagnani?
Thank you. I appreciate many of the questions today will be on specific projects that the WCCP has brought forward, but I just wanted to give town meeting a perspective as a Select Board member who spent a good amount of time with WCCP leadership on questions around project management and capital coordination. I think this has been a model process. It's been something that they had to put together very quickly, really over the summer and into the fall. I think that the committee did a very rigorous job vetting the $1.6 or so million of applications that they received. And I give a lot of credit to the chair of the WCCP, who was the vice chair for much of the process, as well as the retired chair, David Miller, who all of you know, who really led a great deal throughout the process. I think when you look at the outcome of where this group has concluded, as Ms. Marshall said, 33% of the projects come right off the capital queue. And even the ones that don't are overwhelmingly rehabilitation, revitalization of essential town assets. They could have gone out and built a bunch of new shiny toys. That's a very tempting thing to do for a CPA committee. And out of the gate, I think they've really set the standard, not just for rigor in process, but also the selection of projects being things that are absolutely essential for the town to take on. And I would point out that it's 33%, but if you take 160 Forest out, which is obviously a priority that this body has a lot of knowledge of and has sort of asked the select board and CCP to work on. If you take that out, the level of capital coordination out of the gate is at 50%, which is a terrific figure. So just wanted to share that view as somebody who spent a good deal of time with them. I think they've run a model process, and I think they've come to a series of really terrific conclusions here.
Thank you. Please state your name and precinct for the record.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Terrence Torella, Precinct 2. My question is about Motion 7, 160 Forest Street. And through you, I think, to the Affordable Housing Trust. I'd like to hear more about the sustainability of this type of a project. I appreciate that we were generously donated this property. This $350,000 plus the $250,000 that the AHT is planning on spending. It seems like a lot of money to spend on one unit of housing. I believe the AHT is spending $350,000 on the Swanton Street, Washington Street project. So I'm just trying to understand why $600,000 for one unit of housing is a sustainable model for us in terms of achieving our overall housing goals.
On behalf of the Affordable Housing Trust, Chris Coletta.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, and thank you for the question. I think the short answer is we're not getting to our affordable housing goals by doing a project like this several hundred times, but this is an opportunity in front of us. It's a property that the town controls, and we think it's an excellent opportunity to utilize the CPA funds in an appropriate way and take an asset that has been given to the town and put it into use for a affordable housing unit. Again, is this the most efficient use of funds to move our goals forward on the affordable housing front? Probably not. Is it an effective project for which we have the funds and the expertise? Yes.
Thank you. Do you have a follow-up?
Just as a follow-up, if we vote no on this and the AHT spends its $250,000 that it's planning on spending on the property, does it still get us a unit of affordable housing?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
If Motion 7 doesn't pass, but the AHT still spends $250,000 on 160 Forest Street, do we still get a unit of affordable housing?
No, if Article 7 doesn't pass, we'd have a $350,000 shortfall. We'd be left, the town would be left owning the property without a plan to move that process forward.
Thank you.
Thank you. Further on the question, Ms. DeLeo?
Susan DeLeo, Precinct 5. My question is on number 3, the pickleball courts proposed at Ginn. I was wondering if there's been any conversation or information on the longevity of the interest in pickleball. And I've never tried it. I know it's a lot of fun. However, I really enjoy the Ginn field area for families, and when I saw the proposed layout taking up so much space, if you're at like a softball game and you have little kids, they can go to the playground, but that playground's for pretty little kids, so then the basketball court's a great place for kids to play basketball or learn to ride their bike, and it just seems like a lot of open space is being taken up for a specific use for a specific set of the population. And we already have pickleball courts at Leonard, so I was wondering what you might have discussed with regards to that.
Do you want this? Ms. Marshall?
Yeah, so I think that's a good question, and I think it's something that we'll talk about if it comes back to us for the full project. Where we landed was just on the design portion of the project, so we really didn't get to the merits of the proposal or things like sound mitigation or longevity, things like that.
Okay,
but I would encourage everybody for next year when we reconsider projects to come and speak to us about these types of issues, because I think it's a good question.
Thank you. Oh, sorry, just my final part of my comment would be that I'm going to vote no on number 3 for the purpose of, I bet we could rehab that basketball court for probably close to what a feasibility study would be. Thank you.
Thank you. Further on the question, Mr. Bradford?
Yeah, Don Bradford, Precinct 8. Through you to the proponent, you talked about getting money back, which is great if a project ends up not costing as much as we expect. But can you talk about, as I also noticed that there are multiple projects that have different donors and different funding. What's the precedence, and how is precedence decided on whose money goes first? Because I'd like to see the CPA funds conserved as much as possible. So if we have volunteers funding something, does that money go first, or how do we decide that? Thank you.
Ms. Marshall?
Thank you. So generally speaking, the rule will be that for a project that's funded by multiple sources, that private funding will go first, and then public funding will come second. Where there's projects that are funded by the WCCP and capital, for example, if there's extra money left at the end of the day, at least what we have discussed internally, although we have not formalized this in any grant agreements yet, is that it would go back proportionally to the two groups based on how much funding went in the first place.
Okay, so a percentage of each then back to the two groups?
Back to the two groups,
okay.
Correct.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Further on the question, Mr. Beers?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Josh Beers, Precinct 7. And through you to the proponents and perhaps the AHT on motion 7 again, I'm curious what the total number was. I heard we're asking CPA to contribute $350,000. I heard a number of $900,000 total. I heard $600,000. What's the total to get the house to a position where it's saleable or usable as a property?
Mr. Goella?
Thank you for the question. As we'll detail in our presentation on Article 29, which comes up next, the overall budget for the renovation of the house is $600,000. So $350,000 from the CPA funds, $250,000 from the Affordable Housing Trust funds. At one point, and we'll discuss in more detail, we were considering adding or exploring the addition of an additional unit. And we had budgeted for that purpose an additional $250,000, which may be where the $900,000 number is coming from. But as you'll see momentarily, we've decided not to pursue the additional unit. So total budget is estimated at $600,000.
Thank you. I have a follow-up, if I might.
Yep.
And I read in here that the value, once it's sold, or for the affordability, would be roughly $400,000. And two questions related to this. Does the funds from the sale go back to the AHT? And second, in perpetuity, how do you maintain it as, like, how do you know that they're not going to sell it for market value in the future?
Mr. Coletta?
I'll answer the question in reverse order. The sale proceeds of the house, which are expected to be on the order of $350,000, are set formulaically by the state's Executive Office of Housing and Livable Communities, based on a formula that revolves around what the 80% of area median income is, and then operating costs, mortgage costs, and the like. So it's a figure that's calculated annually. Roughly $350,000 is our anticipated sale proceeds. The property is deed restricted in perpetuity, such that it can only be owned by an owner that qualifies with that 80% AMI income max. So the house will not be able to be sold at any point in the future to somebody for a number that is different from the then calculated value based on the 80% AMI threshold. The first question.
Who takes the proceeds?
We've been under the impression that the sale proceeds will be returned to the Affordable Housing Trust.
Thank you.
Stacy, is that something you can speak to? Who would know for sure?
It's not a topic that I'm aware we've discussed.
Okay.
It has always been the understanding from the trust perspective that sale proceeds from the development of affordable housing units returned to the trust for future affordable housing usage.
Okay. Further on the question, Ms. Mason Crowley.
Meredith Mason Crowley, Precinct 1. To you, Mr. Moderator, to the proponent, Ms. Marshall. On Article on 7, my understanding was the 350,000 was a number reached because it fits two categories. I'm just wondering if you will confirm that. One, it's affordable housing, and the other, based on the period of the house, the character of it, that it would have been in the historical preservation realm. Is that how that number was reached?
Ms. Marshall.
So I'll answer that question in two parts. So the number was reached just because it was what was requested by the Affordable Housing Trust. So it wasn't reached with respect to, our need to fund out of the different categories under the Community Preservation Act. But it is theoretically possible that it could fall into the historical preservation bucket, but there are some very technical requirements for eligibility under that section of the CPA, and we didn't, the applicant and the WCCP didn't follow through with those, so this is a purely community housing application.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Further on the question, please state your name and precinct.
Thank you. Lauren Herman, Precinct 3, and also Friends of Winchester Recreation. I wanted to speak to number 3. The proposal of the Ginn pickleball courts is something that came about 7 or 8 years ago. It was proposed by another recreation director at that time due to increasing demand for the sport of pickleball. Currently in town, we have our capacity for pickleball, our demand for pickleball courts exceeds our capacity. And so players are wishing to have some dedicated courts available to them. The Select Board in 2023 funded the initial schematic design at Ginn on the existing basketball court, which is no longer used for basketball because of the beautiful new courts over at Manchester is where most people play. That initial design has the new courts overlapping by only 4 additional feet on either side. Thank you.
Thank you. Please state your name and precinct for the record.
Carol Savage, Precinct 5. I'm a little afraid to ask this question, but on pickleball courts at Ginn, has there been any conversation about when in the process you would solicit feedback from neighbors that might be affected by noise?
Ms. Marshall? Ms. Herman on deck?
So the short answer to your question is there hasn't been a conversation about that yet, but the way that the application process will work next year is going to be similar to this year. So we will get applications in from applicants and then have Q&A sessions with them over the course of several months. It'll be publicly noticed, so if individuals want to weigh in at that time to the WCCP, they can do that. It is my understanding that there is a sound study and they're working on sound mitigation, so I would imagine that Friends of WinRec would have a conversation with neighbors about that issue as they're developing their project as well, but I'm not sure.
Thank you. Further on the question?
Can I just follow up? But the 50,000 is to do a plan for building it?
Yes, engineering, a study in engineering design.
Before the neighborhood has weighed in. So, but...
Yes, I'm not...
Part of that plan would include sound mitigation or neighborhood feedback?
Yes, it will.
Okay, thank you.
Please state your name and precinct for the record.
Marilyn Gagalis, Precinct 1. And I'd like to speak about number 3 as well.
Okay.
But I speak from experience because I live near the Leonard Field courts, which are not dedicated to pickleball. They're lined for both tennis and pickleball, and they're shared by both. They're very small. They are constantly filled. I lived 2 streets away from it. I go by there frequently. I speak to them. There are lines of people waiting, coming from all over town. And every time I speak to any of them, they're in dire need of more courts. It's too small to accommodate everyone in town who wants it. And again, it's also used for tennis, so they have to allow only certain hours for pickleball. Secondly, about the sound. Yes, there needs to be a sound study, and probably should be one for Leonard as well. I live 2 streets away. I live on Tufts Road, and yes, I can hear it over there. And the people who live on Nathaniel, who are right up against it, you can hear it as if it's in your backyard. Pickleball does make a noise. It doesn't particularly bother me, but it does bother some people. So a study would be warranted, and perhaps they could include Leonard in that. But I do think that I speak in favor of number 3 because it just isn't enough to accommodate everyone who's been waiting at Leonard Field for hours.
Thank you. Further on the question, Ms. Blackwell?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Megan Blackwell, Precinct 7. Through you, Mr. Moderator, to the proponent, are these 9 projects in priority order of WCCP?
Ms. Marshall?
Thank you. No, they are not. We didn't set priorities. They're all equally supported by the WCCP. Thank you.
Further on the question, please state your name and precinct.
Mark Grisbeck, Precinct 2. I have a question on the 7 Affordable Housing Trust. This was discussed that how much we are going to expect from the proceeds on this. I'm curious if we've considered selling the property as is and reinvesting that money into maybe having more units built somewhere else, or in another way repurposing that money instead of restoring.
Mr. Galetta?
Thank you for the question. The property has a deed restriction on it, so it can only be utilized for affordable housing. We could explore the sale of the property for affordable housing, and as part of our discussion on Article 29, we'll talk about the pros and cons of that. I think that it doesn't, from our perspective, change the economic picture.
Thank you. Mr. Jarius?
Thank you, Dave Juries, Precinct 8. I have a general question. I hate to bring up the pickleball thing again, but it seems to me that we may have other sports which are also pressed for space in town. So I understand pickleball is a hot sport and everyone wants to do it, but is this the best use of that area, considering there might be other sports which also need facilities? I don't know who would be able to answer that question. That's essentially, when I look at if we're going to spend money on pickleball, should we be doing a larger canvas of other sports that need help? Thank you.
We're going to go to the town's recreation director.
Nick Kacholfi, Recreation Director. Thank you for the question. So yeah, we keep an eye on all the sports that need dedicated space. Most of the sports in town that have high user numbers require grass or synthetic turf fields, are played on the bigger fields. The court sports, tennis, as you all know, we have a lot of courts in town, including Packer Ellis. And we also have a lot of basketball courts in town. And one thing that we do not have a dedicated space is pickleball. It's the fastest growing sport in the country. It's been around since the 70s, but recently the boom has been going crazy. In town, we've been offering it since 2012. We have tons of wait lists on our membership. We try to cater mostly to in-town residents. We've kind of changed the way our membership works for the open play at Leonard. We've been limiting the amount of time that they play at Leonard, so it's not dominating that shared space. And we have wait lists upon wait lists for our learned pickleball play. We've also just added some indoor time for the seniors at the rec center. So this sport is here to stay for quite a while. The residents are chomping at the bit to have their space, and I think this is the #1 on our list in terms of recreation department. As you know, we're also seeking to get some sand volleyball courts at the same time. So we are trying to add these spaces for courts and spaces for sports that do need additional space. And pickleball is #1 on the list.
Thank you. Further on the question, please state your name and precinct.
Deanna Laufer, Precinct 2. I want to say I love pickleball, but I also have young kids that like basketball, and almost all the basketball courts are 10 feet. The new ones at McCall are, the one at McDonald is, and the nice thing about the Ginn courts, even though they are in a pretty decrepit condition, is that they are lower, so the kids can use them. So I know there's no formal games there, but we use them all the time. And it is really nice to have a young kid at the playground and have older kids at the basketball court, like I believe Ms. DeLeo said earlier. So just to keep that in mind, if we are going to replace them with pickleball courts, I would like to see lower basketball courts elsewhere so we don't lose that aspect of recreation. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Herman, you want to speak to that?
Thank you. Not to that particular comment, thank you, but I just wanted to reiterate that the sound study, we provided a grant to the town in order to conduct that with a professional sound firm, and it has been completed. We have the data, and what will happen during the design phase is that will be incorporated into, sound mitigation will be incorporated into that design. Thank you.
Thank you. Further on the question, please state your name.
Nick Bogovich, Precinct 8. I've lived here for about 16 years now. I've probably spent over 1,000 hours at Ginn between softball, playing with my kids at the playground, and I've seen 0 basketball games played on that court. So obviously previous speakers have said pickleball is very fast and growing. I personally am on the board of Winchester Swim and Tennis Club. We just recently installed pickleball courts there. It is a very social, fun, physical, excellent activity. Highly urge everybody in this room to play. I personally played against people as young as age 12 up to age 80. Fun all across the board. So very much in support of this article. With regards to pickleball, just a couple things. One, we do have sound barriers at Winchester Swim and Tennis. We have abutters who live closer than the closest houses at Ginn and have no complaints from those neighbors. So I think with proper soundproofing, you can address those concerns. With regards to the courts at Leonard, I don't believe there are any soundproofing measures being taken there, so that's something to consider. The cost for doing a new asphalt court to do basketball, for example, would be the same cost as doing a pickleball court. Paint and asphalt would be the same cost. You'd have basketball nets if you were going to redo it as a basketball court versus new nets for pickleball and tennis, or I guess it's just pickleball. And then you just have to deal with the soundproofing, which would probably be kind of a net at the end of the day. So I don't think there's any savings to be done if you were to restore it as a basketball court. And I think those were my main points. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson.
Thank you. Through you to the Housing Trust, I'm confused about the explanation of the sale price for an owner who has equity in the house in a subsidized house. The arrangements that I'm familiar with cap the equity growth. There's only a certain amount more than they paid for it that the owner of a subsidized house could take out. And I wanted to understand what the arrangements are contemplated for this house.
Mr. Galetta?
Thank you. That is generally correct. We've talked about the cap on the price as the threshold, but there is also equity return math around that. Our intent is to match the formulas used throughout the state for resale of affordable housing units.
Thank you. Ms. Von Mering, further on the question?
Yes, Heather Von Mering, Precinct 8. No, we're kind of jumping around on the motions, but I'm trying to figure out, there's some boards and committees I'd like to hear from, actually, one of them being the Fields Management Committee. There's a lot of projects on here, and I know they have a master plan and how these projects fit in with the master plan and the prioritizing, and how they balanced these with the other needs of all the needs of the fields. It's not just for sports, it's for other activities. And so wondering if we can hear from them, if they're here.
Mr. Crean, can you speak to that? Please make your way to a microphone.
Do you want me to bring you a mic? Here.
Kind.
I just
So, fields management. My name is Michael Crean, and it's my pleasure to be a co-chair in fields management. And some of these projects are more recreation-based than field management. Recreation is the umbrella organization under which field management operates. And so in no particular order, with respect to Ms. DeLeo's thoughts regarding the pickleball courts and GIN, completing the GIN development, which covers the Winchester Youth Softball ask for fixing the irrigation and addressing the resodding of that field, and in harmony with that, looking at pickleball, this money is intended to develop a true considerable plan, which includes sound mitigation. As Ms. Savage said, it's critical to make sure that we're good neighbors, but part of that is the plan that's involved in this particular money. An additional thought on the pickleball courts is the recreation department is an enterprise department in our town. As Nick said so clearly, pickleball is an exploding sport which we project has great sustainability and would contribute significantly to the enterprise nature of the recreation department. We constantly meet over active spaces, the need for youth groups. One of our next steps as a field management committee is to more actively engage all of the youth sports agencies in town so that they are partners in the understanding and the use of all of our field spaces. Does that help?
Thank you.
Thanks.
Ms. Allison?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Samantha Allison, Precinct 3. I rise to comment on numbers 1 and 8. So full disclosure, I am a member of Friends of Wedge Pond. I've lived along the shore of Wedge Pond for the last 12 years. And so I wanted to emphasize we've really seen the water quality deteriorate over the last 12 years. The level of vegetation in the pond is sort of shockingly increasing year over year. We do our best to kind of contain what we can from the shores, as do many of our neighbors, but coming up with longer term solutions like the aeration system are really important if we do it now as opposed to waiting and watching the quality continue to deteriorate and then require much more expensive means to address them. And then on Beauregard Beach, you know, the Wedge Pond neighbors, we think that that is such a tremendous resource that we're not able to share with the rest of the town since it's been closed since COVID. And so we really do welcome the idea of reopening. We recognize that as a swimming area really isn't possible right now, but just reopening that space to be enjoyed by everybody in town would be just tremendous. And I think $50,000 is short money to really be able to provide a lot of value to all the residents in town and some great family spaces for people to gather. So thank you very much.
Let's limit this to new information. Do you have a new question?
Not really, no.
Okay. Ms. Sullivan?
I just would like to follow up on a couple of things. Number 3 is definitely one of my, Amy Wren, Precinct 7. I just think it feels like that Ginn Field piece went through really quickly, and I think if other organizations knew about this opportunity, that they would actually take the time to put it in. And so I'm wondering how they would prioritize something at Ginn Field. You know, youth hockey is outside of town all the time, and a street hockey area would be great that you could also add in the basketball courts too. The other thing is that there are other programs that use that space. I'm part of Winchester Pop Warner Cheer. We use that in the summer for practices. So I think that just a little bit more thought needs to go into there. My second question, and I apologize, one of my hats that I also wear is a general contractor, and if I'm looking at $350,000 plus 200 and some for a renovation on that house on Forest Street that I've by 100 times, I don't think that's going to cut it. So what is the plan if there's not enough money for that? So those are my 2 questions.
Mr. Willett, do you want to handle that?
Yeah. Well, much higher.
So we've engaged an independent consultant to help us on the budgeting front. We've obviously seen a range of budget numbers. What we have garnered through conversations with the consultant and walkthroughs with a handful of consultants is that the $600,000 number is sufficient. To the extent that it isn't, I suppose that we would need to either come back to the CPA, utilize additional funds that the trust has at this time in their account, or think about short-term financing mechanisms that could utilize the sale proceeds or loans against the sale proceeds of the house. But our perspective, based on the work we have done to this point, is we can deliver a good renovation of that home for that budget. Thank you.
Ms. Sullivan, further on the question?
Maura Sullivan, Precinct 1. I attended many of the WCCP meetings this summer and fall, and I just want to applaud them for doing such a great job of vetting all the projects. So I support all of them, and I particularly support number 7, a project that I'm very close to and I care very much about. It's a house, I've been inside, it's beautiful, it could be renovated and made a beautiful spot for a new family. And we do own the property now, so if town meeting does not provide the CPA funds, there won't be enough funds to proceed with the renovation, and the house will sit there deteriorating even further. So it's time to get going on the project. Please vote yes on 28, all of them, and especially number 7. Thank you.
Ms. Verdicchio, we're going to cut the questions off. We've had a lot on this, so the 2 people in line, and then we'll take the motions.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Susan Verdicchio, Precinct 1. As a resident of Precinct 1, I know that when there are very large affordable housing developments proposed, there was a lot of anxiety and angst and pressure on us. And this single unit that's 160 Forest Street on this list is one house. It was given to the town by a woman in her will, and as I remember the sequence, we found out about the will, and then found out that the house was encumbered by a very large lien that would have been payable to Mass Health for over $700,000. As I understand it, if the town had not negotiated with Mass Health to take that lien away, the house would have been sold at auction, and we would not have the property in the first place, and that in order to release their lien, Mass Health insisted that it would be limited, that the house would be limited to affordable housing, and there's a deed on file at the Registry of Deeds. Anybody trying to buy that house would see that it's restricted to affordable housing, and they couldn't sell it, and maybe they wouldn't even want to buy it because it was, affordable housing. The other point I wanted to make was that the Affordable Housing Trust has done considerable work. They've had full property inspection. They've had some contractors in town walk through, and they have a lot of information about what work is needed. So it is apparently very costly, but that's because the town would have to, rebuild it to meet the current building code. But they've also been exploring how to make it very clear to anybody that they would retain to do the work that they have to stay within a budget and not, rip things apart. Just restore the things that are in good working condition and in order, which doesn't include things like electricity, plumbing, or the building envelope. So that there was a lot of work to be done, but there is a very carefully done budget, which includes a contingency and all the design costs. So I think, I trust the Affordable Housing Trust has done a lot of work to figure out, the cost and staying within budget. So I really urge everybody to support this. It would be great. There are only 14 first-time home buyer type ownership, affordable ownership opportunities in the town to start with. So, thank you.
Thank you. Finally, on the question, Mr. Calabrese.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Through you to the Affordable Housing Trust. I see in the comptroller report there's a current balance of about $1.2 million in the account. Is it a fair statement that the Affordable Housing Trust could finance this whole project without CPA funds?
Mr. Galetta?
Not really, no. Of those funds, approximately $850,000 of them have been committed to the Washington and Swanton project through loans and grants, and to the Waterfield Commons project. So effectively, $850,000 of our funds are committed to those projects, leaving a balance of approximately 400-ish thousand. Marty, is that about right? 350.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. We're going to take the vote. Is it about forestry? Because we're going to come back to that.
It is.
Okay, we talk about it in the next article then?
It's a really quick question. Thank you. Hi, I'm sorry. Thank you very much. Pamela Court, Precinct 5. Very quick question. We own the property, so we're not getting any tax revenue from it. After it is sold to somebody who has qualified for an SHI property, the town then collects taxes on it?
Ms. Ward? Mr. McGurr, the town assessor? So it's about 25 to 30%. Okay, thank you. Okay, I'm getting the sense the town meeting is ready for the question. We're going to take these motions in order. Motion 1 is moved and seconded that the town vote to appropriate and transfer the Community Preservation Fund from the Community Preservation Fund pursuant to GL Chapter 44B, Section 5, the sum of $59,000 from Community Preservation Annual Budget Reserves for the purpose of installing a submerged aeration system at Wedge Pond, including necessary costs and expenses related thereto, as recommended by the Winchester Committee on Community Preservation. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? The motion carries unanimously. Motion 2 is moved and seconded that the town vote to appropriate and transfer the Community Preservation Fund pursuant to General Laws, Chapter 4B, Section 5, the sum of $48,000 from Community Preservation Historic Resources Reserve and $2,000 from the Community Preservation Annual Budgeted Reserve for a total of $50,000 for the purposes of installing a new chiller unit at the Lincoln Elementary School, including necessary costs and expenses related thereto, as recommended by the Winchester Community Preservation Committee. The Winchester Committee on Community Preservation. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? The motion carries unanimously. For number 3, let's get out our clickers because my keen ear is a little bit off tonight. You ready? Motion 3. I'm going to read the motion, then we'll open it up for 30 seconds. It is moved and seconded that the town vote to appropriate and transfer from the Community Preservation Fund pursuant to General Laws, Chapter 44B, Section 5, the sum of $50,000 from the Community Preservation Annual Budgeted Reserve and for the purpose of funding design and engineering for pickleball courts at Ginn Field, including necessary costs and expenses related thereto, as recommended by the Winchester Committee on Community Preservation. Let's begin voting. almost there. This is a simple majority. With 120 votes in the affirmative, the motion carries. And 31 against. Motion 4 is moved and seconded that the town vote to appropriate and transfer from the Community Preservation Fund pursuant to General Laws, Chapter 44B, Section 5, the sum of $112,000 from the Community Preservation Historic Resources Reserve for the purposes of column restoration at the Sanborn House, including necessary costs and expenses related thereto, as recommended by the Winchester Committee on Community Preservation. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? The motion carries. Motion 5. It is moved and seconded that the town vote to appropriate and transfer from the Community Preservation Fund pursuant to General Laws, Chapter 44B, Section 5, the sum of $50,000 from the Community Preservation Annual Budgeted Reserve for the purpose of repairing and restoring park and playground fencing and backstops in various locations within the town, including necessary costs and expenses related thereto, as recommended by the Winchester Committee on Community Preservation. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? The motion carries unanimously. It is moved and seconded that this is motion 6. It is moved and seconded that the town vote to appropriate and transfer from the Community Preservation Fund pursuant to General Laws, Chapter 44B, Section 5, the sum of $90,000 from the Community Preservation Annual Budgeted Reserve for the purpose of restoring and rehabilitating the Leonard Basketball Court, including necessary costs and expenses related thereto, as recommended by the Winchester Committee on Community Preservation. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? The motion carries. For number 7, let's get out our clickers. It is moved and seconded that the town vote to appropriate and transfer from the Community Preservation Fund pursuant to General Laws, Chapter 44B, Section 5, the sum of $160,000 from the Community Preservation Affordable Housing Reserve and $190,000 from the Community Preservation Annual Budgeted Reserve for a total of $350,000 to the Winchester Affordable Housing Trust for the purposes of developing 164th Street as a unit of affordable housing, including necessary costs and expenses related thereto, as recommended by the Winchester Committee on Community Preservation. Please get out your clickers. Yes is in the number 1 is for the yes, a yay, and number 2 is for a nay. You have 30 seconds. With 130 in the affirmative and 20 opposed, 2 abstentions, the motion carries. Motion 8. It is moved and seconded that the town vote to appropriate and transfer from the Community Preservation Fund pursuant to General Laws, Chapter 44B, Section 5, the sum of $50,000 from the Community Preservation Annual Budgeted Reserve for the purposes of restoring portions of Beauregard Beach, including necessary costs and expenses related thereto, as recommended by the Winchester Committee on Community Preservation. All those in favor, say aye. Any opposed? The motion carries unanimously. Lastly, the motion 9. It is moved and seconded that the town vote to appropriate and transfer from the Community Preservation Fund pursuant to General Laws Chapter 44B, Section 5, the sum of $160,000 from the Community Preservation Open Space Reserve and $65,000 from the Community Preservation Annual Budgeted Reserve for a total of $225,000 for the purposes of installing an irrigation system and fresh sod at Ginn Field, including necessary costs and expenses related thereto, as recommended by the Winchester Committee on Community Preservation. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Thank you to the WCCP for all their hard work. It is now 8:37. We'll be in a 15-minute break. Please come back 8:52. Michael, can you put that vote?
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Alan Iden. Welcome to our WinCam's coverage of the third, hopefully final session of Winchester's Fall 2025 Town Meeting here on November 10th. The meeting is in recess at the moment, but let's cover what we have seen so far this evening. We started with Article 21, which is really just a report on solar power in the town, expanding the use of solar power. We heard that several properties are potential areas. The latest is the Lynch School, which is a net zero energy project. In other words, it generates all the energy used at the school, and that apparently just came online in the past week or so. The town will see $50,000 in net revenue from multiple projects. We heard that $750,000 in savings just at the Lynch School over the next 25 years. Other potential areas are the gym roof and a parking canopy here at Winchester High School. There's also some possibilities for more solar at the Vincent Owen School. The full plan for expanding solar by the town will come before spring town meeting. Again, this was just a report, so there's no action. It was indefinitely postponed. Article 27 was next, the report of the Personnel Board. We heard that there were funds needed to be put aside retroactive to contracts that had already expired and had now been negotiated. But we also heard that money had been put aside in anticipation of settling these contracts. There were 8 motions. We heard some things like all the DPW workers must be available to plow snow. There's also a $250 bonus for the custodians to clear snow at the schools. Clerical workers got a 1% boost this year, but that was traded for added step levels in their contract. Also heard that the position was created for a deputy town manager position. So all the funds were transferred, and all of the the requests of the Personnel Board were passed. And if you just tuned in, you probably heard the discussion on Article 28. So for the first time, the Community Preservation Act Committee had $1.6 million available for various projects around the town that qualify for CPA money. The CPA was created in November of 2024. So the committee proposed nine items to spend about $1.3 million and carrying over $300,000 to next spring. So those in order were $50,000 for an aeration system for Wedge Pond, and the rest of these articles, well, with one exception, most of the rest of the articles were a combination, money from the CPA plus funds from other sources. The second one was contributing to the Lincoln Elementary School chiller HVAC project. That was $50,000. Friends of Winchester Recreation to design and do a study on creating pickleball courts at Ginn Field. That was $50,000. From the Winchester Historical Society, a request for $112,000, and anticipating a match from the state, matching funds from the state for column restorations at the Sanborn House. Article 5, motion number 5 was for park and playground fencing and backstop repairs at various fields around the town for $50,000. $90,000 article, item number 6 was for Leonard Field basketball court restoration. That was fully funded at $90,000. A lot of discussion on the Article 7, which was $350,000 towards a restoration of the house at 164th Street. That house was deeded to the town as an affordable housing unit. The next article will be to actually convey that property to the Winchester Affordable Housing Trust. There was about another $160,000 is needed to rehabilitate that house as an affordable unit, possibly 2 affordable units. That passed. Article 8 was $50,000 towards studying and design for restoring the Beauregard Beach Park at Wedge Pond. And the final article was from the Winchester Youth Softball request for $225,000 for restoration at Ginn Field, which would be basically resodding and an irrigation system at Ginn Field. All of those were passed. Again, the Wedge Pond irrigation system and the Leonard basketball court rehabilitation were the only ones that were fully funded through there. All the rest were contributing funds from other sources. So that is where we've ended up at this point. There is a recess in progress. We'll be coming back to Article 29, which is a proposal to, as I said, to convey the property at 164th Street to the Winchester Affordable Housing Trust. So we invite you to stay tuned, and I'll be back with a summary at the end of tonight's session.
and the Affordable Housing Trust, Michael Betancourt and Chris Coletta.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. At town meeting, Michael Betancourt on behalf of the Select Board. Article 29 comes before you tonight on 160 Forest Street. The objective here is to see if the town will authorize the Select Board to convey the care, custody, control, and ownership of the property located 160 Forest to the Winchester Affordable Housing Trust, which we just discussed a little bit on the funding side. Thank you for your support. And as we discussed as well, Marshall Rice, the former owner and resident of the property, left the 160 Forest Street property, which was in her family for many years, to the town in her will. We had supported Ms. Rice with some repairs and investment in the property when she couldn't afford to do so, and came to the Fletcher Fund for support for some infrastructure repairs, and was extremely appreciative to the town. And so a lot of people say, hey, I'm going to leave my house to you after your support, and a lot of people don't see the funding that comes to the Fletcher Fund, and she actually did, and it was important to her that it be used for affordable housing. And as we discussed a little bit, Marshall Rice passed away just over 5 years ago, and we received a nominal title in the property, and as Ms. Radicchio mentioned, we found out pretty quickly that there was $700,000, in excess of $700,000 Mass Health lien on it, and we negotiated for several years with Mass Health and their general counsel on waiving that lien, and their restriction was we will waive it if it is for if there's a deed restriction on affordable housing. So that is in perpetuity, and that is there, and that is our objective. And we know that that was a pretty good deal because the general counsel for Mass Health that came in afterwards was not happy with us that we struck that deal, and we had an expletive-filled meeting, but in the end, we had the signature of the previous council on it, so it worked out well. And then Fall Town Meeting has supported this project and supported accepting the property under those conditions. And now Chris Coletta from the Affordable Housing Trust will go through the other slide. Thank you.
Thanks, Mike. Chris Coletta, again, Affordable Housing Trust. As Mike mentioned, the Select Board tasked us after the last fall meeting to come up with the Select Board tasked us after the last fall meeting to come up with a plan of action related to 160 Forest Street. Just by way of update, the Affordable Housing Trust has been around for about 5 years, maybe 6. And is a very typical structure across Eastern Massachusetts. We're probably, relatively speaking, a late adopter to the use of an affordable housing trust in town. The Select Board appoints the 8 members to the Affordable Housing Trust. We've got a wide array of experience around real estate, finance, affordable housing, and law. In particular, among the board members are the former president and CEO of Mass Development, which is the state's development finance agency. I've headed up investment activity for a couple of large-scale commercial owners after 20 years in real estate private equity. We've got a real estate counsel from one of the leading mixed-use developers in Eastern Massachusetts. We've got a design principal at a national architecture firm. So we have a wide array of skills that are applicable to this kind of project. To further buttress that skill, we brought in an independent consultant, Russ Tanner, after an RFP process this year, who's really going to help us with project management and execution. His background is really around mixed income and affordable housing financing and development. Of particular relevance is his work in Lexington with LexHab, where they've handled the renovation of a number of projects like this one, sort of single-family houses. So we feel like we've brought together a team that's certainly got the expertise to execute on this project. Sorry, which one do I hit?
Back arrow or right arrow. The left arrow goes forward, the right arrow.
Oh my God. Okay, here we go. Since January, when we presented our work plan, we've accomplished a number of things. We've got the Housing Corporation of Arlington holding the deed restriction. That's because two town bodies can't basically restrict themselves under deed, so that's the workaround for that. So we've handled that. We brought on Russ Tanner, as I mentioned. We've updated the physical condition report on the property and undertaken a topographical and property line survey. We thought through and evaluated the benefits of home ownership versus rental at the final completion of the project. We looked at a variety of development and renovation scenarios, and I'll walk through the pros and cons of each of those. And we thought through cost and funding options that led to the application for the CPA. Thank you for your vote moments ago. And finally, back in the summer, we held a community forum in addition to the public meetings that we've had throughout this process. I mentioned that we updated the physical condition summary. We did that in July. The major takeaways: the house is structurally sound, although it's clearly in need of substantial renovation. That includes roof replacement, major system replacement, new kitchens and baths, paint, improvements to the driveway and the retaining walls on the property, and general landscape improvements. Here's just some quick shots of the exterior and the interior. What you'll see is that it's a cute cape, but it is clearly a little worse for wear, considering that nobody's lived there for 5 years. Again, the interior's perfectly functional from a layout perspective, but needs some updating in the kitchen and baths. Again, I mentioned we talked about ownership versus rental on the final disposition of the units at construction completion, and we made the determination to sell the unit, or units, but we'll get into that, to a homeowner at the end of this process. And the reason we made that decision, multiple reasons, but the first being there are about 200 units of rental housing that are restricted or targeted to folks below the 80% AMI level, and only 14 units of home ownership units. Arguably, some will say that homeowners have more permanent ties to the community than renters would. And in terms of the future benefits from our perspective, the rental approach will require us to have ongoing maintenance and management responsibilities, while the for sale approach would return funds for us to utilize in the future affordable housing projects. As I said, we talked through and evaluated a bunch of scenarios. One was the demolition of the home and replacement with one or more units of housing. 2 was the renovation of the existing home. And 3 was a twist on that, which was the renovation of the existing home and the addition of a second unit to the property. And I think it's important to note we had a few guiding principles as we went through this thought process. One was balancing speed and certainty, getting this project done and into the hands of a homeowner, with reasonably maximizing the number of units that we could deliver on the property. And we wanted to respect and be responsive to what we were hearing from constituents in the neighborhood and consistency with the surrounding built environment. Demo and rebuild. The positives of this: we could get more affordable housing, and we would know we have a brand new, no issues project. The cons were multiple. First and foremost, the site's only 10,000 square feet, and it's on a hill. So there are real constraints to what we can physically fit on the property. And beyond that, the house is zoned as single family, so there are constraints in place there. While we don't think the house is historically significant, it was built in 1938, so we would have to the potential exposure to a demo delay, depending on how the Historical Commission would think about that. And finally, just in general, the density would be inconsistent with the surrounding neighborhood, and it would require us to have a zoning change or to go through a 40B process because of the in-place single-family zoning. And that is obviously risky, time-consuming, controversial, and uncertain. So for all of those reasons, we thought long and hard about this approach, but quickly, by the spring of this year, had really moved on to the variety of renovation scenarios. Renovating the home is pretty simple. It's as of right. We can do it quickly. It's obviously consistent with the neighborhood because the house has been there for 80 years. The con is simply that we only were going to get one unit of housing, and we would love to find a way to get more. which is why we thought long and hard about the addition of a second unit. The thought process here would be that we would rely on the momentum from the ADU bylaw that was recently passed and think about adding a second unit of about 900 square feet that would be dimensionally consistent with the ADU bylaw. And I use those words for a specific reason. The reality of our ADU bylaw is that because the property would need to be in common ownership, it wouldn't allow us to sell to two homeowners, which would require us again to go through a zoning or more likely a 40B process to avoid that. Time, risk, uncertainty. Oh, and frankly, when we looked at, and the architect on our trust did a variety of studies on where and how we would put the ADU type unit on the site, it was just fitting more onto the site than it really deserved. We would have had parking constraints, the landscaping would be challenged. It just wasn't going to be a good execution. And so, oh gosh, sorry guys. Over the summer, for all those reasons, we voted to renovate the home, advance the development of the budget, applied for the CPA funds, and as I noted, voted against the pursuit of an additional unit. Let's talk about costs and budget. I noted in the earlier question and answer comments that the sale price of the home is statutorily and formulaically driven because of the deed restriction. It is what it is. There's no way around it. That's what the house will sell for. The budget. Obviously, everyone's renovated their house, and we all know that those numbers can be broad and usually surprisingly high. I noted earlier that we brought in a consultant to help us really hone in on this number, knowing that it is a renovation project. So, this is our best estimate, and we feel very good about it. What you will notice is not in that $600,000 budget is land value. And I say that because we're going to deliver this project at a loss. It's going to cost us more to renovate it than we're going to get when we sell it. And that's assuming there is no value associated with the land. That's the reality.
Mr. Galetta, do you need an extension?
30 seconds.
Okay.
1 minute.
You said 30 first.
We've got our next steps are really to undertake an RFQ and RFP process. And what we're trying to do as we take these next steps in its execution is cast the broadest net possible for partners in a public-private type approach to execute on this project. So we're going out to the construction, development, and nonprofit communities. And the public-private partnership could take a few different forms. And again, we want to be as open-minded as possible and cast the broadest net to capture the best partners to execute on this project. That could include directly contracting with GCs, which would require us to undergo the full public procurement process and deal with prevailing wage and everything else. And from our perspective, there's an inherent mismatch between the types of contractors that generally go through those processes and the type of contractors that do a small-scale home renovation. And so we're also exploring a couple of other execution options, which would be to partner with a builder-developer, I'm going to combine bullets 2 and 3 here, or a nonprofit like Habitat for Humanity. That process may include transferring the deed to that entity so they would not have to go through a public procurement process. There'd be no sale value because, as I noted earlier, the land is worth nothing mathematically given the deed restriction. And we would have significant controls over that process in terms of what is developed through a land disposition agreement or a purchase and sale agreement, and most importantly, through the funds, right? We've budgeted the $600,000. You voted moments ago for the $350,000 in addition to the trust $250,000. We would have a loan type agreement with controls on disbursement of funds, funding milestones, quality controls, and all the things that a lender would have in a normal development budget and process. So with that, I ask you to vote yes on Article 29. You created this trust in 2019 to effectuate projects just like this. The goals of generating this kind of housing have been enumerated in multiple town documents, and we have a plan of action to effectuate this project and the expertise to do it. Thank you.
Thank you. Select Board is a sponsor of this article. Do you want to give the recommendation?
Yeah, the Select Board unanimously recommends favorable action on Article 29.
Thank you. On behalf of the Housing Partnership Board, John Shabir.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, town meeting members. The Housing Partnership Board supports town meeting approval of the transfer of authority for the 164th Street land and house to the Affordable Housing Trust. This is the reason the Affordable Housing Trust was created, and this responsibility is exactly what housing trusts are doing in other Massachusetts communities. The Select Board has a critical role to play in the initial stages, as Michael Betancourt described, in either procuring the land or accepting the land as a gift. At some point, it makes sense to delegate day-to-day operational responsibilities for implementation and operation to another town organization. This is what Article 29 is doing. The Affordable Housing Trust consists of representative Winchester residents and provides community control for the management and use of this property. The trust has spent considerable time and effort, as you heard, interacting with town meeting members and neighbors, evaluating the 164th Street house to determine the work that needs to be done to bring this house up to current standards. As a result of this input, the trust has committed themselves to renovating the existing house and then using this renovated property as a single income restricted first-time homebuyer unit. The deed restriction, this is an important note, the deed restriction protecting this use, the permanent use, is already in place. The trust is not interested in flipping this land and selling it to a developer, and the deed restriction eliminates the potential of a developer from buying and then building and selling one or more large market rate housing units and thereby making a large financial gain. So please vote yes to support the continued effort to implement this project and bring it to completion. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other boards and committees that want to be heard on this? All right, we'll open it up to town meeting members. Please make your way to the microphones. Ms. Sullivan, Precinct 3? 1, sorry.
Mara Sullivan, Precinct 1. I'm so pleased that the Trust is committed to preserving and renovating the house using CPA funds. Thank you to the Trust, the WCCP, and Town Meeting for making these funds available so that the project can get underway. I've heard the Select Board doesn't have the time or the desire to oversee the renovation. Understandably, they want to transfer this responsibility to the Trust because it has the expertise to get the work done. I'm strongly in favor of giving the Trust this responsibility, which they've said they want. But Article 29 goes further. It would transfer care, custody, control, and ownership of the property. This means that the trust could, and likely would, sell the property to a developer without coming back to town meeting. I'm not in favor of this. If the Select Board were to directly dispose of this property, the normal process would be for them to negotiate a sale and bring the terms to town meeting for approval. We should not give up this right by agreeing for a transfer to the trust, which would then allow a sale without our approval. A public-private partnership was mentioned in the background to the motion, but we have no information about what that means. We don't know who the partner is or how the CPA funds would be used in this model. Does a partnership have to mean selling? Would we lose all control over design and costs? There's been talk about making this house. Would we still be able to do that? We can create the house we want if we continue to own it. This would be the very first affordable house built in Winchester with CPA funds, and we should make sure we get it right. If the town retains ownership, this renovation could be an exciting community project for the town. Volunteers could help with yard work, gardening, and other small jobs. Students from the Northeast Metro Tech Vocational School could have an opportunity to learn the construction trade by working on a real project under supervision from their teachers. This is done in other towns. This kind of community engagement would likely not be possible if a developer takes title. We don't need to pass Article 29 to begin the renovation. The Select Board could vote to make the trust its agent for the renovation, and with CPA dollars in hand, the trust could issue an RFP for a contractor. So I'm a no on Article 29 as written because I want this to be a community project, and I'm interested in what other town meeting members think. Thank you.
Thank you. Further on the question, Mr. Marmon? You were the first one up, second one up. Ms. Crowley?
Hi, Meredith Crowley, Precinct 1. Chris, that was a really lovely presentation, and I do have questions as well. But I have followed this process since it was begun back in January 2025 when they established a work plan. One of the elements of it was working with the town attorney to consider various options, whether to renovate and add an ADU or demo and build 3 units. And over the summer, they did commit to renovating the house and probably building an ADU for individual ownership. However, it wasn't until October that they finally decided not to build an ADU. To a certain extent, we were left without a lot of decisions being made until late. Missing from their list was hiring a project manager and maintaining ownership as they renovate. Since they implemented their work plan, the next step is construction. I've attended many trust meetings, and in the spring they invited the executive director of the Housing Corporation of Arlington to meet with them. She was asked how her organization manages a property. They own 14 two-family homes and renovated a number of buildings. She explained their project manager model. Our trust asked her if her organization could renovate the house, but she declined and said, you can do this. I attended most of the summer and fall meetings via Zoom. There were no public comment options, so I submitted questions to the trust in October. And on the 14th, I attended their in-person meeting. When I asked when will they decide on building an ADU, and what did they mean in early December in a conversation that they would condoize the property because Habitat won't do the work without an LDA. And what is an LDA? Answers to my questions confirm that an LDA involves selling the property to accomplish the ADU. This was the first time selling was discussed publicly. They explained they don't want to pay prevailing wage. The possibility of selling wasn't mentioned at the neighborhood meeting in August. So in August, I asked about Habitat's role in prior years and if there is any current involvement, and the question never came up. The answer was that will Habitat renovate a house without taking ownership? The Habitat projects listed in Article 29 are multi-unit housing, one constructed in 2008 in Sudbury, the other in 2018 in Weston. These are multi-unit new builds, whereas 160 Forest Street is a renovation with no additions. At the most recent trust meeting, the consultant reported that the house is solid, the plaster is intact, and the floors. The trust website shows lots of clutter, but taken away, it's a beautiful house. If you read the inspection reports, many of the period features would probably be taken out. The acting chair also said he thinks they could get a really good LDA. Therefore, are they selling the house? What is the current value of the property? There is question about whether the value of the property is now less because of the affordable housing restriction. There is no recent appraisal posted. According to the trust instrument, the select board would have to approve any sale by the trust of any property if the value of said property exceeds $750,000. If Article 29 passes, town meeting will definitely not see it again, and select board might not either. Is it really necessary to sell the house? Do other trusts renovate houses without selling? Yes, they do. On the Cape, small houses are plentiful, and many trusts employ project managers to renovate both town-owned properties and repair those properties of full-time residents struggling to maintain them. Some trusts...
Okay, the 5 minutes is up. Is that a question or?
Nope. The question is
Rhetorical?
what is the value of the house, and will they be selling the house?
Okay, Mr. Galetta?
And if they are, I'm sorry, Chris, go ahead.
No, please.
Oh, Chris, you can answer.
Thank you, Meredith, and I appreciate that you have been an active participant in a number of our meetings. I think, as I said directly to you, I think we share the same goals, right, of making sure we renovate this house and have a quality outcome that the neighborhood can be proud of. And I think what we've got a difference of opinion on is execution. As I said earlier, I think that our approach is designed to cast as broad a net of partners as possible. I would love if it were easy to just have a GC come in and do it. Our understanding is that the public procurement process is complicated, and my view is that there's a mismatch between the types of contractors that generally bid on those projects and the kind of project that we're talking about. That may be proved to be inaccurate, and we've set up a broad RFP process so that we can capture that kind of respondent as well. I think as it relates to land value, you're correct. We have not had a recent appraisal, but I think the math of the project and the realities of the deed restriction speak for themselves. Thank you.
So, Mike,
we don't have any more time,
follow-up?
I'm sorry. We have to move on.
Okay.
We've already had 5 minutes. Mr. Beers?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Josh Beers, Precinct 7, and sort of two questions to the proponent from AHT. One is, I'm not sure why there's a mismatch from public or from the procurement process if typically a town is the person or the entity that's going out to make bids, and the town isn't in the business usually of turning a profit on their properties. That's one question. And so I'm curious why there's a mismatch if you go through the town's procurement process.
Mr. Galetta?
My perspective on that is there's a mismatch because the kinds of contractors that bid on town projects like building a school or infrastructure projects are much different with the kind of back of house and business development arms that undertake those kinds of processes. The general contractors that do the renovation of a house, we all know them. They're a much different animal. And if we were to need to go through a process that required larger contractors to bid on it, one, I'm not sure that they're showing up. And number two, they're going to get paid for the fact that they're doing a very small job. That's going to be reflected in their budget. That's the concern I have about that. And just in general, as it relates to the concept of selling the property, I want to reiterate what I tried to state earlier, which is the idea that we would sell the property is about effectuating the execution. If we sold it, we'd be selling it for $1. We're not talking about flipping it to somebody else who would go through a different process. We have all kinds of protections against that. We have the zoning of the property. We have the legal contracts that would need to be breached by somebody to do that. We, as a trust, would sue that party for breaching contract. You, as a community, would stand up and say no to the 40B or the rezoning approach and everything else that they would need to go through. There's no big bad developer who's stepping in to do something different than what we're trying to do. We're just trying to make sure that we've cast a broad enough net to execute on this project. Our goal as a trust is to do these things quickly and deliver housing to the community. It's that simple.
All right, thank you. Further on the question?
Yes, Mark Feblowitz, Precinct 1. Mr. Moderator, town meeting members, members of boards and committees.
I agree with Mrs. Sullivan's and Mrs. Crowley's comments in support of the 164th Street project and their acknowledgement of the Trust's excellent work to date. Town meeting spoke last fall. The Trust listened and adjusted and also leapt at the opportunity to pursue CPA funds to manage and decrease costs. And we are being presented with a more refined, well-aligned, and cost-effective proposal. I also agree with the previous speakers' assessments of the risks associated with the intermediate sale of the property to third parties. Specifically, the risk of departure of the owner-developer from the Trust's commitment to preserve and renovate property. Among the worst outcomes would be unauthorized demolition of part or all of the structure. The courts might give us recourse, but the damage would be done. I'm also concerned about the rare but plausible risk of default of the owner-developer. I shudder to think about the complications of the town becoming one of several creditors having to wrest the property back from bankruptcy court. These objections, though, don't lead me to a no on this article. Instead, they are indications that the article needs to be amended. The Affordable Housing Trust can and should run the project, but key decisions authorizing the transfer of the property should remain with us here in town meeting. Amending, as opposed to defeating this article, is a vote of confidence in the project and in the AHT. At the same time, it ensures town sign-off of major decisions regarding property transfers. After all, the consequences of these big decisions would fall to us. This being the first of the kind project, we want to get it right and an exemplar of future projects. Perhaps in future cases, we could reconsider such a restriction. With a vote for the town meeting, for the town to retain the ownership rights, comes the opportunity for the trust to come back to town meeting with specific plans and justifications for a transfer of ownership, whether it be to a highly trusted developer or a goal-aligned trusted nonprofit entity, or even to a new nonprofit entity established by the town for the purpose of executing the projects like this. As such, I propose that we amend Article 29 to read as follows. Moved and seconded that the town authorize the select board to convey the care, custody, and control of a certain property located at 164th Street to the Winchester Affordable Housing Trust, with the town retaining all rights of ownership of said property at this time.
Second. Give me 1 second. Can you say that again? Do you have a copy of it? Yep. Michael Benincorth on behalf of the Select Board.
Thank you for the motion, Mr. Feblowitz. So before I get into a little bit more of the details, I just want to answer the question here. This is a binary choice here. So it is either all of the words or none of the words. So care, custody, and control actually, from a legal perspective, is, and our town council has opined on this, is that ownership piece. And he actually had suggested we remove the ownership language in there because care, custody, and control meant the same thing. So we wanted to leave it in there so it was clear to the legislative body what we were doing with this. I think, and I just confirmed with council again, so it really is either or. We can't start pulling out some of the words of that language. So we either transfer it or we don't. As I said before, the select board has been working with the trust on this for the past 5 years. This is a renovation project. It is while the cost is high, it is not something that we should be coming back to town meeting for. We have the trust expertise that can be applied for this project, and I think we created the trust for this reason, as Mr. Galetta had indicated. And so, and to Ms. Sullivan's point, we intend to have the community involved in this project. I know I've done habitat projects before, and it's great to have the community involved, have scouts involved, people painting, doing yard work, things that that are easily engaged with the community. So that piece, I appreciate the motion here, and certainly council can follow up with that if you'd like. But just as an aside, I think this is something that we can do here, right? This project we can get done, hopefully, a year from now, in the fall. We can put a family in there. It's been empty for 5 years. And we can make someone's dream come true, right? I don't think that we realize a lot of the time what it looks like being on the outside of Winchester looking in, and it looks impossible, right? So I think this is a small thing that we can do in a short amount of time. We look at the Washington Swanton, we look at the Waterfield project. Those are big projects that we've come back and forth here several times, and I get that we need to do that. This is a rehabilitation project. It is one thing we can do here tonight to make people's lives better, a family moving into that house, and I appreciate that we want to get into every detail. The trust has that expertise. And we are lucky that they do, and so happy to have council opine as well if necessary.
Do you want to speak on this? Yeah, on the amendment? Okay. We're going to hear from the select board on their recommendation for this amendment. And who wants to speak on the amendment? You? Both of you? Okay. Hold on a second. We're going to wait for the select board. Liz Leiden, our town council.
I just want to clarify that when you say transfer the care, custody, and control but retain ownership, you can't transfer it to the trust without transferring ownership. So that's the problem with the motion as it stands.
So the motion's out of order?
Yes.
Okay. Anybody else want to speak on the original motion?
Yeah, there's still some, Doug Marmon, Precinct 1. Something here I don't understand. Why would a developer want to buy the property? And why would we want to sell it to him?
Mr. Galetta?
Why would we want to sell it to them? We would want to sell it to them to drive down the cost that we have estimated as a 30% premium if we need to go through the public procurement process. As to the first question, this would effectively, from a builder-developer standpoint, be there's no risk on the exit, right? There's a backlog of owners that are individuals and families that want these properties. There's a lottery that they go through. So from the builder-developer standpoint, there's no risk on exit. We would have a defined budget and scope. That budget would include profit and overhead like any other GC project would. So I think as we go through an RFP process and level set bids, there would be an element of profit for a builder developer. That's why they would be open potentially to that approach.
I still don't understand why they need to own it. Could we not tomorrow go out and hire a roofer to put a new roof on this house?
Mr. Galetta?
Somebody more knowledgeable to the town process can speak to me, but my understanding is we would have to go through a full RFP and public procurement process to hire a roofer. We would need to do the same thing for an architect, for the GC, for any of the engineers that would do engineering for the project. That is my understanding.
And we can't hire a general contractor who will handle all that for us. I must admit I'm a little out of my depth, but passing ownership doesn't seem to accomplish anything.
My understanding is that by transferring ownership to that party would not have to abide by public procurement rules and processes. So the cost to that party, from our perspective, will be materially lower. Why would a builder or developer do it? Again, I'm not sure that they will. And as I said at the outset, this is about casting the broadest net possible. If I were in a builder's shoes, and we've talked to a number, if they are comfortable on the exit risk, the sale risk, then really they're talking about what's the profit margin and the overhead that I need to undertake this project.
I don't
Doug, the other piece too that I'll mention to follow up, Chris, I'll be very brief, is as you know, when we need to use prevailing wage on project, that's a 30% increase in the cost. That's been our experience. That is how it works. So this is a more effective and efficient use of town resources as well. So, and as Chris said, there's a limited amount of people in the market that are looking to mobilize their workforce to do a renovation project like this. So we're trying to cast the widest net as possible. So thank you.
Further on the question, Ms. Verdicchio?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Susan Verdicchio, Precinct 1. I do want to add value to this discussion, and I won't repeat myself, I hope. I just appeal to you for a sense of proportion and to consider carefully that the property built in 1938 has been vacant for, 5 years, 4 years. The roof is failing. One of the inspection reports talks about how the gutters and fascia are improperly installed, so water may be getting in. I have, as a homeowner, direct experience with ice dams, and I look at that house and I see it being very similar to mine and how it could be very vulnerable to ice dams and ice damage, water getting in. The town has been doing the ordinary maintenance and upkeep of the house and taking care of it and keeping insurance on it because it is a town asset, and doing the, keeping the lawn mowed to some extent. There is a pine tree that is leaning towards the house. You might have seen from some of the photographs. That's kind of a concern. The select board has been spent years negotiating to have the lien released, and now the Housing Partnership Board has been working on this and studying it, and the Affordable Housing Trust has done a lot of work and put together a project, a plan. I don't want to see any more time go by without addressing the condition of this house and moving forward with turning it into affordable housing as an ownership unit, because there are precious few of those opportunities in our town.
Okay.
I think 14. So I know I'm repeating myself a little. I urge everyone to please support this so that we can do the right thing here.
So we're going to hear two more speakers on the... So there's been a move and a second. That means we go directly to the move the vote. All those in favor of moving the vote, ending debate, moving the vote, moving to a vote on this motion, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? No. All right, the motion carries. So now we'll vote on Article 29. I'm going to read the article, and then we're going to open it up for 30 seconds to vote. Moved and seconded that the town authorize the select board to convey the care, custody, and control and ownership of certain property located at 164th Street to the Winchester Affordable Housing Trust. Let's open the voting for 30 seconds. It's a majority vote. have added this Wi-Fi thing to make this faster. I don't know if you guys have noticed that. With 119 in the affirmative and 23 voting against, 5 abstaining, the motion carries. We're on to Article 30. Okay, do you want to come up and speak to the clerk? Okay, come on up to the clerk. On behalf of the school committee and the select board, its chair and vice chair is respectively Karen Bolognese and Anthea Brady. Mike, go to the screen. Thank you. No, yep. Thank you.
Thank you, Town Meeting and Mr. Moderator. We'll be introducing Article 30 to you for transferring the care and management of the Mystic School from the schools to the town. The school committee has been thinking deeply about the work around WPS 2030, our 5-year strategic plan and priorities. So part of this has involved taking a very hard look at our building assets, their needs, and their potential uses down the road, and making fiscally responsible decisions about them. Article 30 is a direct result of this work and supports WPS 2030, our mission, and our core values. Our enrollment study from early 2024 projects growth that is manageable with our existing 5 elementary schools. This also includes either a new or renovated Morocco school. It also helps the recreation department by eliminating uncertainties for them as they do their own long-term planning for programs and building decisions. This article supports the work of the State of the Town Committee around costs, efficiencies, and seeking possible revenue-generating ideas, as Mr. Bayani described in his update on Night 1. Finally, this aligns with our own sustainability core value by allowing the town to consider how best to utilize the Mystic building in the future. As some background, the Mystic School closed in 1983. It hasn't served WPS students since then, and it's been the school committees have kept the Mystic School in case of enrollment growth or as possible swing space. But it's been used for 22 years as a municipal resource for town programs and for child care. As some background, as the school committee considered all of the above, we realized that it would make better sense to align the building with town management, since it is a widely used town resource and has been for the last 22 years. Mr. Marin, our finance director and business operations director, studied the process for doing so and also communicated closely with the directors of WinRec and with Kids Corner, who were both supportive of making this transition. The school committee voted on September 11th to transfer the building's care and management to the town. We also will transfer the lease for Kids Corner to the town, so this should be a seamless transition.
It's getting quite late, so I won't say too much. The select board agrees with this proposal and has voted both in favor of putting this on the warrant and unanimously in favor of the article. We also have voted on the assignment and assumption agreement to transfer this to the select board for the reasons that Karen has described in keeping operation of the rec department streamlined with the
offices that manage it. Thanks.
Thank you.
So the final step in this process comes to town meeting to complete the transfer of the care, custody, management, and control of the Mystic School to the town and the select board. And moving forward with this aligns, just as we've been saying, for all of these reasons, and the school committee and the select board respectfully and unanimously request your support for Article 30. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Any town meeting members would like to be heard on this, please make your way to the microphones. Please state your name and precinct for the record.
Michelle McCarthy, Precinct 7. First of all, thank you to the school committee for transferring this. I do believe that all town buildings should be transferred back to the town so that folks at town meeting can discuss it. I have a couple questions. I wish we had done this with the Sanborn Carriage House, but I'd like to ask, how does this eliminate uncertainty for WinRec? I think many of us really care about Winchester Rec Department, and what are the long-term plans for this building? Like, are we planning to turn this into condos? Like, just before we transfer this, I'm just trying to ask, like, want to make sure WinRec is safe, and I'm wondering what conversations are happening within the select board members and the school committee members on what's the long-term plan for this building. Thank you.
Ms. Bolognese?
Do you want to join?
Mr. Bagnani?
Thank you to Ms. McCarthy for that question. It's an excellent question. So this is really the first step in many conversations that need to occur between the select board, which is the accountable board for the recreation department, the recreation director, and really, town residents and town meeting broadly. So the chair of the select board, myself, and one of the school committee members, who's the representative of the capital planning committee, have met extensively with the director of rec. We have come up with the idea, the select board has not yet endorsed it or debated it, of creating a group of people, sort of a rec board, that helps to guide the strategy for the rec department. To your point, there are programs that occur there, some of which could occur in our school buildings potentially, some of which could occur in other spaces. That's a very long-term set of discussions and projects that we need to work through. Currently, the select board is the board for the recreation department, and we obviously don't have the bandwidth to give Director Caciolfi the support that he needs, and so that's something that we're going to be figuring out as we go forward. But certainly those discussions have already started, and this is just sort of step 1 of 10 to figure out where ultimately those programs should sit physically.
Thank you.
Thank you. Further on the question, Mr. Nixon.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I just wanted to offer to the meeting on behalf of the EFPBC. So last year, town meeting provided funding to update the 10-year school facilities master plan. That did include Mystic. That was the intention. But following the vote of the school committee in September and on the recommendation of the superintendent, we actually did pull that from the master plan. So while we look forward to bringing back a summary of that exercise to you in the spring, we just wanted to share with you all Mystic is actually not a part of that evaluation, just given the intention of the school committee and the article tonight.
Thank you. Any other questions from town meeting members? Are we ready for the vote? It is moved and seconded that the town vote to transfer the care and custody, management, and control of the Mystic School from the school committee to the select board for general municipal purposes. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The motion carries unanimously. Now, we're going to group articles, or the presentations for Articles 31, 32, and 33 together. On behalf of the sponsors, Bill McGonigal from the Select Board and Gregory Quill, Veterans Agent. Mike. Perfect. Thank you.
Yep. 31, 32, 33, you're talking about, right?
Yeah, this is. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. So my colleague Bill McGonigal and I will present the next 3 articles. Articles 31 and 32 refer to a set of programs for veterans, for tax relief. Article 33 is for seniors. These are all part of the broader program around State of the Town, what we call Workstream 5 or tax fairness, to see how we can protect certain vulnerable populations from from sort of tax burdens. And so I'll hand it over to Bill and Greg Quill, who's our veterans agent for Articles 31 and 32.
Good evening. I wanted to thank the Board of Selectmen for bringing this forward and all of you for considering this. The HERO Act was passed in 2024 by the Mass Legislature and signed into law by the Healy administration. It codifies definitions of veteran, provides additional services and additional support for our veterans in the state of Massachusetts, including improved access to mental health care, protections for impoverished veterans, strengthens our 115 program. Additionally, it provided a local option for tax relief for disabled veterans in each community. Currently, the town of Winchester has a $400 tax exemption for disabled veterans. Under this new law, it would double that exemption, as well as index it for inflation, providing better stability for disabled veterans who are oftentimes on fixed incomes, may be relying on Social Security or disability benefits to be able to stay in their homes and have a little more security in their lives. As you can imagine, that's a pretty important thing for folks. And it also recognizes the sacrifices all of these folks have made for our country and for our freedom. Thank you.
There's not much more to say. So, just in summary, to make this nice and quick, the two articles that concern the veterans exception, one is going to take the exception that we currently, the exemption, sorry, that we currently give them. At this moment, we give them a $400 exemption. This allows us to raise it up to $800. The second article is then going to allow us to tag this to the CPI, so it's allowed to grow every year along with the CPI, and we don't have to keep coming back to town meeting to ask you guys to raise it up every time that the veterans really need that help. Now, again, we currently give a $400 exemption. That's about $11,500 spread across the entire tax base of the town. By raising it up to $800, we're going to get to about $23,000, again, spread across the entire tax base of the town. Dollar by dollar for all of us taxpayers, that's not a lot, but to these veterans, of which there's about 35 disabled veterans here in Winchester, that's a big deal. And I can't think of a better time, the night before Veterans Day, to bring this to town meeting. And I really believe that all of you are going to vote in favor of this. Give our veterans the support they deserve. Give them the support that we can give them. Give them this tiny little break from the generosity of all of us across the town, and get this through nice and fast on a vociferous yes vote. So please vote yes on 31 and 32, nice and fast.
First, is there a presentation on 33? Paris, are you doing that now? Yep.
Just pauses. My colleague just said tomorrow is Veterans Day, so it's a good time for Articles 31 and 32. I'm going to present with Nick Troisi, one of our new town meeting members, delighted to say, who's also the vice chair of our Council on Aging, on the Senior Tax Deferral Program. And so, very similar to the veterans programs, we have a number of programs that benefit our seniors. And some of them are controlled directly by the select board, such as the circuit breaker and the senior volunteer program. The one that we're here to talk about this evening is the senior tax deferral program. What this does is it allows seniors who have certain eligibility that you see here, presently set at $60,000 of sort of combined income, to defer a portion or even all of their property tax if they have, equity, but they have less income to service it. This does not really cost the town any money. They're charged a 4% interest rate for this, and the tax just kind of rolls forward until there is an estate event or a sale of the property. And so what we're asking town meeting to do is to take that $60,000 income limit, which has not been raised for 6 years, so it was not raised at all during the pandemic, and then we candidly, I think, as a town, sort of lost track of it, and to align it with the state senior circuit breaker limits. This has a couple of benefits. First, it obviously increases the number of people who who would be eligible, because it raises it to $72,000 for an individual or $109,000 for a family. The other thing it does is it harmonizes the income limit with our other programs. And as some of the town meeting members in here who work as navigators at our Council on Aging can tell you, our programs are voluminous and sometimes a thicket for people to navigate. And so having harmonious limits that are all the same just makes it a lot easier for an individual who might be eligible for 2 or 3 of them to take advantage of them. We would also, with this article, index future benefits to inflation. So every year that 72 and 109, which is what it is currently, is adjusted by the Commonwealth. Many towns, that you can see here, Lexington, Belmont, Arlington, they just index to the state, so we don't have to keep bringing this back to town meeting. As the state adjusts those with inflation, they would just grow naturally, so we wouldn't end up sort of going 6 years without changing them.
Good evening. My name is Nick Troisi. I'm Vice Chair of the COA, Council on Aging. What are the benefits of this change? This increase will expand the population of Winchester residents who are eligible to participate in the program, allowing seniors who have equity but limited cash to remain in their homes with less financial strain. The change will also help to simplify the qualification requirements for various tax relief opportunities. It aligns the eligibility with the state circuit breaker income tax credit and the local circuit breaker supplement, which was approved by town meeting in 2019. Helps seniors navigate the often complicated tax relief programs that have different limits. How many people does this affect? 10 seniors currently participate in the deferral program. 20 taxpayers claimed eligibility for the circuit breaker program, already operating at the higher income thresholds. More Winchester seniors likely qualify. The Select Board is working with the Council on Aging to increase awareness and education. And just as an aside, if you're a senior or you know a senior and have questions about these tax exemption programs or Social Security or Medicare, please contact the Jenks Center. We have all kinds of information there. And tell them Nick sent you.
Thank you. Any boards and committees? No? Okay, so we're going to do the 3 votes. I'll call article and see if there's any further discussion. Article 31. It is moved and seconded that the town vote to accept General Laws, Chapter 59, Section 5, Clause 221, as printed in the warrant. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? The motion carries unanimously. Article 32. It is moved and seconded that the town vote to accept General Laws, Chapter 59, Section 5, Clause 221, Clause 22, as printed in the warrant. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? The motion carries unanimously. That brings us to Article 33. It is moved and seconded that the town adopt the income eligibility limits from Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 59, Section 5, Clause 41A, property tax deferrals. The same income eligibility limits are annually set by the Commonwealth for the state's senior circuit breaker income tax credit under Mass General Laws, Chapter 62, Section 6K, as such limits may be adjusted from year to year. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The motion carries unanimously. Thank you. That brings us to Article 34, which relates to Geographic Information Systems Technology. On behalf of the school committee, Tom Hallcraft.
Good evening. I know we're close to the end here. I'm Tom Hopcroft on behalf of the school committee with Brian Vernaglia on behalf of the planning board. Tonight, we're asking for your support for Article 34, a collaborative investment between the school committee and the planning board that will help Winchester make smarter data-informed decisions about our schools, housing, and infrastructure. We're asking town meeting to transfer $150,000 from free cash for consulting services to provide school staff and planning department staff the training in support of our school facilities, transportation, enrollment planning, as well as planning department needs. Both the school committee and the planning board voted unanimously in support of this request. And here's the key point: we already own the software. This investment just trains our staff to use it effectively, meeting the immediate needs and building long-term capacity. So what exactly is GIS? It's a geographic information system. It's the technology that layers our town data on interactive maps that can inform decisions. Imagine the ability to model information, such as where students live by grade level, walk to school, building capacities, attendance zones, transportation routes, and housing development. The bottom line, nearby towns already use GIS for school and town planning decisions. Winchester owns the software, but our staff hasn't received adequate training, so we hire expensive consultants every time we need analysis. This investment would change that. So why does this matter for Winchester? 4 reasons. It enables smarter decisions on major investments. Take Morocco's upcoming MSBA engagement, for example. Better data visualization will help us better understand the building needs based on student demographics. It enables more efficient use of facilities. We can use demographic data to design purpose-built spaces for specialized programs, like the connections, Lynch Integrated Pre-K program and Morocco's partnership program. We can optimize safety and efficiency by analyzing student walking patterns and parent drop-off behavior when redesigning sidewalks around schools, and optimize the safest bus routes for pickup locations based on where our students actually live for the different schools. Finally, this investment allows us to build internal capacity. We can effectively train the trainer model, which means we have multiple employees who can pass this knowledge on to each other to help mitigate when we have turnover of employment. And we don't need to hire consultants every single time we need some information. Not only does this save money and create and remove this redundancy, but it enables us to use data to inform smaller decisions that we currently might not warrant going out and hiring a consultant. So better use there. Almost at the end here. In closing, Article 34 is a smart investment because it maximizes our return on the software that we already own. It provides immediate analysis for upcoming decisions. It informs design decisions for specialized programs. It builds staff capacity to create the redundancies and reduce the need for future consultants. It supports transparency and data-informed decision-making. Both the school committee and the planning board have unanimously voted their support for this collaborative investment in our future, and we're asking for your support tonight as well. Now, I'll turn it over to Brian to speak on behalf of the planning board.
Thank you very much. I realize I'm what keeps you from going home, so I'm going to try to be quick. From a planning perspective, how can Article 34 help the planning board and the planning department? Well, you've heard we already licensed this software. There's no capital investment required. But despite this, the planning department staff is undertrained and cannot fully utilize this amazing tool. Picture owning a dump truck, but without having CDL operators. With this article, we'll be able to contract a consultant to work with us to enter data and perform the analyses we need done. But more than this, they can train our staff so we'll be able to enter the data and perform the analyses on our own. And what's great is any overlays that consultants or we generate are ours to be used by any department in town. So how might we use this existing but grossly underutilized by us tool in numerous ways? When examining a new development or a roadway improvement or a potential zoning change, if we had data by address, we can enter it in and provide us with visualized data of where people, cars, or really anything, as long as we have the data, exists. We can map residential versus commercial units. We can look at demographics of an area. We can focus on safety of residents living near a proposed development. With this tool, we can look at how many students travel past a new driveway every day to school. The overlays generated by the schools can be used by the planning and schools, the overlays generated by the schools can be used by planning and vice versa. we, the town of Winchester, would own them. If we want to visualize this now, we need to assemble the data, hire an a la carte consultant, and get their report. Well, this answers the question usually at hand. We don't necessarily keep the overlays for future studies. We get a report for one project, and that's all. With this article would give us both a go-to person using our software and training of existing staff. All this instead of adding to our headcount, incurring fringe benefits, etc. So collectively, we, the planning board and school committee, are asking for a one-time $150,000 ask. Tom talked about their needs totaling up to about $100,000. I hope I've explained some of our needs totaling up to $50,000. As a reminder, we already own this software, and as always, what we don't need, we don't spend. So the last question is, why now? Utilization of GIS will allow us to translate raw data into a decision-making tool. This allows us to plan not just within one department, but across departments. We already have this tool. We are paying for it now. Instead of each of us having standalone reports generated by outside consultants, we can share what is generated across department silos. With the school department looking at infrastructure utilization and long-term needs, and the planning department is looking at development growth, there's a potential for both cost savings and transparency. And last but not least, as you heard from Tom, the school committee is engaging with MSBA on Morocco. This will be a valuable decision-making tool. With that, the school committee and the planning board respectfully and unanimously ask for your support on Article 34. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I get the recommendation of the select board? Ms. Brady?
The select board unanimously recommended favorable action on Article 34.
Finance committee, Mr. Ross?
The Finance Committee had good discussions on this article. We ultimately voted 6-3 against the article. For all the reasons everyone has mentioned, we're all super in favor of what it will bring. Those opposed were not supportive of paying this much to consultants at this time. The hope was to pursue less cost-effective options, as in open online courses, local colleges that have certificates in learning how to do this, or even hiring part-time employees to help train with this skill set. So with that, we didn't fully support.
Thank you. We'll now open the floor to town meeting members who might have a question, want to be heard on it. Please state your name and precinct for the record.
Been a lot of tall people here tonight, apparently. Catherine Hughes, Precinct 5. So, two things. One is, this was not budgeted for this fiscal year. We all know, we lived through it in April, we all went through a painful process of budgets. We had a $70 million budget for the schools, $200,000 budget for the planning board. This was not proposed under those budgets, this is supplemental funding. So, as much as I think it's a great idea to utilize these tools for this analysis, I don't understand the urgency right now and why we cannot move this to the budget discussion in the spring for the next fiscal year. That's the first thing. The second thing is, I'm a little bit confused because I did reach out to the comptroller as well and indirectly to the engineering department just to understand what we're spending today, because many of you may not know this, we have one license for use of the software in the engineering department. So that beautiful map that you see on the website of the town and all the streets, I believe was generated by that. Today we spend $2,200 for that one license, $2,200, that's it, for that license for one single department, one use, and between $5,000 and $15,000 a year for consulting services. That's a long way from $150,000 to what we're proposing. And to my knowledge, that we do not have, and I am open to being corrected on this, I'm not aware that we have a project plan that lays out specifically what the deliverables will be of this project, how long it will go on, how much it will cost specifically, and what the specific deliverables will be. So just based on my professional experience, that's a no-brainer. Let's see a project plan for where all this money is going to be used. So for all those reasons, I do not support this now. I vote no on this right now. I would urge you to vote no on this right now. And again, send it back for consideration for the spring budget cycle. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Layton?
Ken Layton from Precinct 3 and Carrie Layton from the Planning Board. You guys have seen this tool before. This was used for the MBTA 3A Communities Act. Jennifer Golson's firm used it to help us narrow down the districts that we used for that to figure out where we could fit density most efficiently throughout town. So you've seen the benefit of it before. It's very technical. I feel really short right now. Taylor's familiar with it and can use it, but it takes him quite a bit of time to answer questions, and Ian doesn't have any training in it. So we have a really tight department. We're not sort of spreading the knowledge across lots of people, but it can't be accomplished through online courses. And as far as the urgency for it, there are quite a few questions that sort of came at me right away as the liaison to the state of the town process about what we could expect for changes as we activate the zoning that we adjusted last year at fall town meeting. So questions about density with the new MSMD zoning, and this would be a really efficient way for us to answer some of those questions. So I hope you support this.
Thank you. Mr. Bagnani?
Appreciate that. Like the proponents, I may be the one thing standing between you and adjournment, but
there's a couple more things.
Okay, all right, that's good. So to Ms. Layton's point and to the point brought up by the proponents, and I appreciate Ms. Hughes' question of why didn't we have this in for the town manager's budget. We've been doing really intensive work in the growth area, which Carrie just spoke about. And figuring out how we can, drive growth. Everyone asks that question. How do we drive more growth that's mixed use, that's commercial? The planning board has been very clear about the need for this resource from really the start of those conversations. And so I think that's, one important piece of it. I want to put a finer point on some of the facility points. We spent $74 million of local dollars on Lynch. We have another school coming forward with Morocco. We have modular trailers behind Ambrose that are hitting the end of their useful life. We have a question about whether or not we want to build additional classrooms at VO. We have some schools that are at capacity. We have some schools that are slightly over capacity. We have some schools, at least one, that's slightly under capacity. And this school committee has really taken on some of these questions and started to have some very serious dialogues at their table and at State of the Town. These are questions that drive tens of millions of dollars of CapEx. And so to spend $100,000 or $150,000 on getting the data right, which then can ultimately save us a number that is 100 times that by getting major facility questions settled out, I think is a no-brainer in terms of the ROI that we'll see from these dollars.
Thank you. Further on the question, Ms. Blackwell.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Through you to the school committee, does their budget allow for the flexibility to shift funds to put $100,000 towards other projects such as this one on their own?
Mr. Hopcroft.
As you know, Ms. Blackwell, the school budget does have some fungibility in it, but in this case, we're requesting this money because we have a need here for this particular use, and so we're requesting it here from town meeting. Thank you.
But Mr. Moderator, could you please have the school committee confirm they could shift around funds if they so chose from their own budget?
Mr. Hopcroft, that's... Could you give a little bit longer answer, maybe?
Our ask tonight from town meeting is for the $150,000 jointly with the planning board for this. This is an identified need that came up through the department and through the work, and as has been stated earlier, there are large implications of this. In terms of the intricacies of how the school budget works, yeah, there is. I'm not saying that there's money for this, but you understand how the legislature has set up our budget to have a certain level of fungibility for students who move into town, who have special needs and things like that. So it's sort of a different question than what we're addressing right here, right now.
Okay, thank you. State your name and precinct.
Mark Grisbeck, Precinct 2. I want to start with, I really truly appreciate the data-driven approach to making decisions. This is the right way to do things. The other thing, I really want to highlight the benefit of investing in our people in a town to give them the proper training and whatnot. However, I've heard some numbers of how much we're spending on outsourcing the analysis we're needing to make the correct decisions based on data, which was like a couple $1,000s I've overheard on the other side of the hallway, compared to $150,000, which seems, as I said, good investment for our people and whatnot in the long term. However, if we're talking about making the right decisions for the multi-million-dollar capex that I was just brought up by Chairman, I'm thinking, how much would it cost to actually hire someone externally to make those analyses on ad hoc basis, compared to spending $150,000 for permanent training?
Mr. Vinalio?
So thank you for the question. I think what you heard on the other side was not that we can, for a few $1,000s, get someone to do this analysis. They were referring to various costs of having the software. When we hire a consultant, I don't know how much it would cost to hire a consultant, but we hire a consultant for an individual project. They come in and they do the work, and then they leave. This is to hire someone to help us. This is subtly different. This is hiring a consultant to come in and do some of this work for us now, but also train our staff so that we can then do it internally. So it's a very different model than just hiring someone, which is what we currently do now. If we want to do, as Ken Layton said, if we want to bring somebody in from, we bring them in, they do the work, they leave, and they sort of take the stuff with them too. So this is a very different, I can't say how much, it would depend on what we were asking someone to do, how much it would cost. But it would likely be in the low tens of thousands of dollars per project. I mean, that's like throwing, ballpark.
So we're talking about a few projects just mentioned about Morocco, about the trailers and whatnot, and Ambrose, times, let's say, 10,000 each project. So we're bringing this to the same ballpark, essentially. Is that what you're saying, pretty much?
It would bring it to the same ballpark, except that then
modular situation that we are leaving the education and the assets and everything with the town on the site that we proposed here.
Yes, and we would still own the data when we were done, and so then next year we would be able to do some of these analyses on our own and not have to outsource them. So it's a one-time cost for a long-term return.
Gotcha. So maybe a quick follow-up on this. If we appropriate that money for the training, what's our mitigation strategy for the bus factor? Like, someone is trained to do this and there is attrition in our staff, how we are going to mitigate that problem, to pass that the knowledge to the next person and whatnot, so we don't have to, again, spend $150,000 in 5 years from now when we have some attrition in this stuff.
That's a fair... May I?
Yes.
That's a fair question. In a department like the planning department, it's very lean. We have 2 staff members in the planning department, and they would both get up to speed on this, but it's a very different answer, I imagine, in the school department where the staff is in the many hundreds, so they could have more of a system in place. We are limited by the staff members we have, and we want to get them up to speed. We've thought about bringing in a full-time or part-time FTE to do this work permanently for Winchester, but that has then fringe benefits, it has everything else that comes along with it. And it still has the issue of, if they decide to leave, we lose some of the information. So it's hard to say. We always lose institutional knowledge when a department of 2 has one of their members leave, or God help us, both of them leave. It's unavoidable. So
right. That's definitely a risk. Like, is there any cross-pollination between the school and the planning board?
Well, that's the hope. That's one of the things that we're doing here, is that we would be training, having members of their staff being trained, members of our staff being trained, and I'm hypothesizing here now, down the road, 4 years down the road, our staff member leaves, that a new staff member could help get training from one of their staff members. I mean, that's sort of looking down the road and imagining how that might work, or vice versa. But that's very hypothetical how that would work in the long term. In the short term, I mean, it's a good question. It's a good question. I don't have an answer for a long term in a department of 2, how we deal with anything we lose in a department of 2. If one staff member leaves, we lose a lot, everything, so.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Jarius, finally on the question.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Dave Jarius, Precinct 8, and former still recovering member of the Planning Board. there is a cost that hasn't been talked about, and that's the opportunity cost of not being able to analyze data and ask new questions. One of the problems with contracts is that you write up a scope of work and you contract for that scope of work, and if in the middle you come up with new questions because the data have told you something, that may not be in the scope of work, so you have to write a new scope of work and redo the contract. If you have it, I work in a very data-driven environment. The ability to make decisions hinges upon your ability to ask new questions and get answers quickly. So if the board, the select board, for instance, is working on some economic thing and they need to get some answers within a week or 2 weeks, you can't get a consultant to do that. And again, if you write a contract for consultant, you have to go out and bid, or if you can keep it low, you don't have to bid. It still takes time to bring a consultant on. There's always a lag. So when you're trying to figure things out, you need to be able to iterate and iterate quickly, and that really requires in-house competence. And so I'm very much in favor of this because I saw what we had to do during the MBTA 3A, where we relied upon a certain, we had a certain amount of money which we paid to the consultants. They would do a certain amount of things, and if we needed more, that wasn't part of the contract. And so that really kept us from pursuing some things. And we don't want to hobble our, the decision makers in town hall who need that sort of turnaround time. I am concerned about, as the previous questioner asked, about the future needs, and I would like to see the planning board think about what they would put in their budget for continuing education on this and other things. But I think this is a very good idea. I think it will really help get us better decisions more quickly. And so I urge you all to vote for this.
All
Thank
right,
you.
thank you very much. I'm getting the sense the town meeting is ready for the question. It is moved and seconded that the town vote to transfer from free cash the sum of $150,000 for the purposes of engaging professional consulting services to assist the school department and planning department in the use of the use and study of geographic information systems, GIS technology, and mapping. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? No. The motion carries. Do you want to click a vote? Okay, let's move on out. We're going to vote with our clickers.
And this is a majority vote.
Majority vote, 30 seconds. Make sure you press yes or no, and Mary Ellen has requested that you don't press it twice.
Thank you.
Just press it once.
Just.
I regret not giving you that instruction 3 days ago.
Thank you, Mr. Potter.
Yeah, Jeopardy. With 89 in the affirmative and 46 against, 1 abstention, the motion carries. Article 35, the chair will hear a motion to indefinitely postpone. Somebody want to make the motion? All those in favor of indefinitely postponing Article 35, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The motion carries. Article 36, the chair will hear a motion to indefinitely postpone. Any second? All those in favor of indefinitely postponing Article 36, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Article 37, please nobody put me on a committee that I don't want to be on for the summer. Is there anybody who wants to create a committee? The chair will entertain a motion to indefinitely postpone. Second. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's it. We'll see you guys in the motion to adjourn. And second, and dissolve. So, all those in favor? Aye. Okay. Thank you.
Motion carried, voice vote at 10:25 p.m.
Good evening once again, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Alan Iden, and you have just seen the wrap-up of the third and final session of Winchester's Fall 2025 Town Meeting here on November 10th. So let's recap what went on this evening. We started with Article 21. It was more of an informational article about the town expanding the use of solar in the town. Several properties are potential areas for solar expansion. We heard about the Lynch School, which is a net zero project, so all the energy needed in the school is generated by solar. We heard that the town will realize about $50,000 in net revenue because of this use of solar. And about $750,000 in savings at the Lynch over 25 years. Other potentials are the gym roof at the high school and a possible parking canopy at the high school. More possibilities exist at the VO, Vincent Owens School. So a full plan will be brought to Springtown meeting. Again, information article, no appropriations, so it was indefinitely postponed. The next article was 22 for the Personnel Report, Board Report. We just basically heard the need to fund payments for retroactive contracts that had expired and are now settled, but we also heard that the money was put aside for those. There were 8 motions. We also heard that DPW workers are all required to be able to plow snow. There's also a $250 bonus in there for custodians to clear snow at the schools. Clerical workers got a 1% raise this year, but it was traded for a bump up in step levels. We also heard about creating a deputy town manager position. All those, and also the money to fund those, and all of those passed. The next article was 28, and I think I have that wrong on here, but I believe that was 28, which is the Community Preservation Act funds. For the first time, the town has a committee that was formed in November, town voted to form this in November 2024. Community Preservation Act had $1.6 million available for various projects around town, of which they're spending 1.3 or allocating 1.3 for these following projects, all of which were passed: a submerged aeration system for Wedge Pond, the HVAC system improvements, replacement rather, at Lincoln Elementary School, Ginfield pickleball courts, engineering for those, not the construction, and Winchester Historical Society, $112,000 presumably to be matched by a state grant for restoration of the columns, restoration and repair to the columns, various park and playground fencing and backstop repairs for $50,000. Leonard, article, yes, motion number 6, Leonard Field basketball court renovation, and that was $90,000. $350,000 for the renovation, towards the renovation of the house at 160 Forest Street, which is discussed in the next article. Also from the Friends of Wedge Pond, $50,000 towards the study of restoring the use of the Beauregard Beach. And finally, $225,000 for repairs to Ginn Field, mostly replacing the sod and irrigation system. Now, all of those were contributions to other funds, except for the entire the Wedge Pond submerged aeration system was entirely funded for $59,000, and the Leonard Field basketball court rehabilitation was also entirely funded for $90,000. All the rest of those were dependent on getting other funds or contributions from other sources. So all of those were passed. Article 29 was to convey the property at 160 Forest Street to the Winchester Affordable Housing Trust. Just as background on that, the property at that address was left to the town by a Marcia Rice. She had received assistance from the town's Fletcher Fund in her declining years to make some necessary repairs to the house, and in return willed the house to the town with the stipulation that it be used for affordable housing. She passed 5 years ago. At the time, there was a $700,000 lien from Mass Health on the property. With negotiations with the town, that lien was released if the town would use the house for affordable housing. The funds from the sale of this property would go back to the Affordable Housing Trust. Alternatives were discussed, such as adding an accessory dwelling unit, which was deemed not practical because of the layout of the property. Also, demolition of the house and reconstruction was also discussed. There was a motion to have the town retain ownership, which was ruled out of order. And in the end, the transfer from the town to the Affordable Housing Trust was passed. That was Article 29. Article 30 was also another transfer, to transfer the ownership of the Mystic School from the school committee, the former Mystic School, which closed in 1983, to transfer the ownership of that from the school department to the town. This would allow the recreation department to develop some long-term plans for it. There's also a tenant in there called Kids Corner. They would also add some stability to that, so the town would be managing the use of that former school. That was passed. Articles 31, 32, and 33 were for some tax relief for disabled veterans and for seniors. First two, 31 and 32, were for veterans. Currently, disabled veterans get a $400 tax exemption. That doubles to $800. And Article 32 lets that exemption grow by the cost of consumer price index. We heard that the total for this relief to disabled veterans, of which there are about 35 in the town, would be about $23,000. Article 33 currently allows seniors with incomes of $60,000 or less to defer the real estate taxes on their houses until they are sold. This would raise it to $72,000 for individuals and $109,000 for families. That, again, would also be indexed to the CPI by the state. Currently, 20 taxpayers in town qualify for this. All those three articles were passed unanimously, and with the comment that especially appropriate for the disabled veterans on this eve of Veterans Day. Article 34 was proposal for $150,000 for consulting to the school committee and the planning board for training for GIS, Geographic Information System, GIS software training. We said right now the town owns all this software, has license for all this software, but has to bring in consultants every time it's used. And this software has major uses for proposals for major investments like the Morocco School, to analyze a lot of figures for the town, like allow them to plan for sidewalks and school use and everything. So that was, after some discussion, there was a town meeting member proposal to postpone it till the spring. There was no action taken on that, and the $150,000 appropriation was passed. The final non-housekeeping article of the night was Article 35, and that was a proposal for the town to purchase 13.4 acres off Forest Circle for conservation. That was indefinitely postponed. The last two articles were merely housekeeping articles, and they were passed. And with that, wraps up the third and final session of Winchester's Fall 2025 Town Meeting. I want to thank you for your viewership. I want to thank the WinCam staff for putting on this production. My name is Alan Iden. Have a great night, and we'll see you soon.